Did someone say IS3? Did someone say IS3? Who did that? Who did that? That shit is ass! That shit is ass! Sorry. I'm meant to be more positive. I'm meant to be more positive this stream. So I apologize for briefly crashing out. It's like, you know, I'm like what's the name? Sleeper agent. There you go. I'm like a sleeper agent. When someone mentions IS3, I just crash out immediately. Yeah, it's a trigger word. I'm like a sleeper agent. Bro, how do you like IS3? Unironically, how do you like IS3? It's so bad. It's so bad. Oh my god. Okay, I'm not gonna go on a rant. I'm not gonna crash out. I'm not gonna crash out about IS3. I'm gonna have restraint. You know? You know that picture of like Goku, where Goku is like all bound by the chains? That's me right now. I'm like Goku on my knees, just bound by a bunch of chains, trying not to crash out about IS3. Hold on, let me take a bite. I have lunch right in front of me. So let me take a bite real quick, then we can talk, you know? I'm eating pasta with onions. It's pretty good. It's pretty good, it's pretty thick. Okay. Anyway, you may be wondering, what took you so long, SUPAH? What, you know, you announced this psychology stream thing like months ago. You announced it like back in April. Why did it take so long for it to come out? Well, it's very simple. This is why. I have a proper talking screen now. There you go, look at that. There you go, on the other chair, there's chat coming up. There's chat coming up on the other chair, there you go. Maybe I should raise the sensitivity on the avatar. Because the mouth opens too much. Hold on, this is gonna look weird for a moment. There you go, this is gonna look weird. Let me just... There you go. Hello. So this is why this took a little bit, chat. Because I was waiting until this screen was done. There's a lot of Easter eggs. Yeah, only the mouth moves. Yeah, yeah, of course, only the mouth moves. The artist, let me bring up their Twitter, is Zodiac. I should put it in the description now. Now that I revealed this, I should put it in the stream description as well. Sorry, didn't want any spoilers, you know. So, let me just... There you go. Let me bring up their Twitter. They're called Zodiac. If you don't know them, they make thumbnails. They make thumbnails for Plus Minus. I don't know if you follow Plus Minus. They are another Arknights YouTuber. And this artist, Zodiac, makes a bunch of their thumbnails. Let me just find their Twitter. Hold on, I'm having a little bit of trouble finding their Twitter. Okay, I found it. It's Zobnui, at Zobnui. I'm gonna post it in the chat real quick. Oh my god, this UI is such a mess. I need to click like 50 times to get anywhere. Okay, there you go. I pinned it in chat. Yes, we are talking about the art of the screen. It was made by Zobnui or Zodiac. I have the link right now. Did it put okay, it didn't even change the description. Oh my god, I'm going cuckoo. I'm going crazy. We're gonna start like the chill therapy stream. We're gonna start it by just me crashing out. There you go. You can commission them. Oh, there you go. They just posted it on Twitter. They just posted the artwork on Twitter. Are they in chat? Zodiac, are you in chat? I fucking knew it. SUPAH was going to be a VTuber. This is not a VTuber model. This is like a PNG tuber, you know, which is like the third class citizen. Okay, so as you can see, there's a lot of Easter eggs on the screen. Let me eat my lunch real quick. There's a little Jessica. There's Gummy in the jar. There's our wonderful baby jar right there. And there's a lot more. Please remove the shoes. Okay, man. Alright, man. Okay, buddy. Yes, there's the hand of rambling. Good catch. Right beside Big Larry. There's the hand of ramble. Yeah, I'm a psychology major. I'm a third year psychology major. I know, it's surprising. You know, when you look at my content and then you find out that I study psychology, that I'm studying to be a psychologist. You know, that surprises a lot of people. Okay, the Gummy coffee, actually, yeah, the Gummy coffee cup, that is a reference to Istina's skin. In Istina's skin, there is that cup. I don't have any other majors. I'm just a psychology major. There's no other majors that I took. Just a psychology major. Oh, Living Shad, thank you for the 50 memberships. Bro, I like chat goes, no, not again, and there's like a tsunami wave of memberships. Okay, let's... Do you go to work or Ark Knights gives you all your money? I'm just a content creator. Yeah, Ark Knights gives me all of my money. Thank you, Living Shad, for the... I know the new PNG tuber screen is really cool. Wait, why is Gummy in a jar? Oh, you don't... you know, I feel like the jar thing is old enough where there are people out there now that genuinely don't know what the jar means. They actually don't know why they're in a jar. And you know, I'm not sure if I wanna tell you. I'm not sure if I want to tell you what the jar means. Yeah, good. Remain ignorant. You know, in this case, ignorance is bliss. Is introvert and extrovert actually a thing? Or is it just people role compressing like Hypergriff? Okay, that's interesting, right? Introvert and extrovert, they're just labels. We can go into a whole discussion about labels if you want to, but regarding your question, there is no like 100% introvert and there is no 100% extrovert. The closest thing to a 100% introvert would be someone that has like antisocial personality disorder, you know? But no, most people are a combination of both. So, for example, right, let's take me as an example. I'm somewhat extroverted just because I have a YouTube channel, just because I talk to you guys on stream, I have to be somewhat extroverted to do that. But like IRL, I fucking hate interacting with people. There is some days where it's like, leave me alone. Leave me the fuck alone, you know? So that answers your question. There is no true introvert, there is no true extrovert. There's a gradient. Some people will be more introverted than extroverted, it's a gradient. What does introvert and extrovert actually mean? There's a lot of definitions, like with a lot of terms, there's a lot of definitions. The definition that I subscribe to the most is that extrovert is someone who finds fulfillment in being with other people. Introvert is someone who finds fulfillment in being alone. Supa, do you do reading streams? I like hearing your voice because it's soothing. I could do a reading stream. The issue is that I don't like reading. That's the issue. Let me put the music. There you go. Do you guys hear the music? It's Hand of Rumble. It's Hand of Rumble from IS5 Dimension. Some days I can be hella extroverted and talk to everyone within a 50-meter radius, and some days I don't. I just want to be a shut-in in my home. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. It's a gradient. So what should I do? I feel my daily life and relationships feel kinda boring. More like a stagnation. Okay. Let me change the topic, because this is a pretty big topic. Stagnation. So, let me explain, right? When someone says that, when someone feels like their life is stagnating, that's usually because they just sort of wait around and let life happen to them, right? The best way to combat stagnation. Okay, definition of stagnation, it's when nothing happens, basically. When nothing is happening, life is the same, like day in, day out, it's sloth, basically. You just sit and you let life happen. The best way to combat stagnation, at least in my opinion, I don't want to make any blanket statement. In my opinion, the best way to combat stagnation is to go out and just do something that you haven't done before. If there's like a street you've never visited, go walk there. You could, do you have a bike? You could learn to ride a bike. Just something simple but new, you know? Or interacting with different communities, getting a new hobby. You know, it's all about the small things that make the difference. Like murdering, true, you know? You could try that, that's an option, I'm just saying, you know, that would certainly freshen up your life a lot. Getting a second wife, exactly, see? Someone asked a question before. What's the hardest subject you've taken? Neuropsychology. Neuropsychology has been the hardest for me. Just because anytime you start talking about like the biology aspect of it, like, oh, this happens because the frontal lobe is all wounded, you lose me completely. I am grateful to you that you are woke. As far as I'm concerned, you are the most well-known Arknights creator. You are undeniably woke and open about it. Yeah, I feel like especially in the current internet landscape, it is important to be woke. Let me change the topic to woke. It is important to be woke, I think. It's not, and it's important to be openly woke. That's the thing. You don't just have to, you know, hold the more positive beliefs. You have to express them, and you have to, you know, tell them to your audience. What's your opinion on Lapland's mental state? It's perfectly normal. I don't see anything wrong with Lapland. She's fine, actually. She's perfectly fine. Anyway, what I was saying about woke. Yeah, I feel it's important to not just be woke, but to be openly woke. To signal to the people out there who are struggling that you are with them. Like that's part of why I do it. If there is like a trans person watching my videos, you know, it's fucking rough out there for trans people on the internet. So I want them to know that, like, I'm with them, you know, I got your back. I'm not a fucking dumbass phobe. You know, I feel it is important to signal it in the current landscape. You're a psychology major? That explains everything. What do you mean that explains everything? If I replace every component of a Crown Slayer with another Crown Slayer, is she still the same Crown Slayer? Okay, if you mean every component, as in the brain as well, then no. It's not the same Crown Slayer. I feel the cutoff is the brain. Like, if you don't replace the brain, but you replace everything else, that's still the same person to me. To me, that's still the same person. If you replace the brain, even just the brain, that's a different person. Yeah, Crown Slayer of Theseus. What's your opinion about nightmares? I have nightmares almost every night. Like, I'm not sure if you guys know this, but like for the past 5 years or so, I've had nightmares almost every night. At this point, I just like live with them. At this point, I'm just like, you know, it's a nightmare. It's not real. That's the thing, right? It's not real. It doesn't actually affect my life. So what I do nowadays is like I wake up from a nightmare and I'm like, golly gee, another nightmare. Oh well, I'm awake now. Whatever. Is it because of a weighted blanket? No, I don't have a weighted blanket. Do you think Crown Slayer will be busted when Revengeful Altar comes out? She's already busted, that's the thing. What is Amab? Assigned male at birth. That's what that means. And Afab means assigned female at birth. How do I stop the nightmares? Okay, fine, let's change the topic to nightmares. The thing with nightmares, right? The thing with dreams in general is that you don't have control over them. They happen to you, right? So the short answer is that you don't. Is that you don't stop the nightmares. What you do is you deal with them. Is the coping strategies afterward, after you have the nightmare. So, let me explain, right, what I do, what I've learned to do. Over the years, now that I have a nightmare, like the dreaming me, like a dream SUPAH in the middle of the nightmare, he's like, wait a minute, this is a little too catastrophic to be actually happening. I realize I'm in a nightmare and I wake up immediately. I don't know how I learned that. I don't know how that happened, but now I can just wake myself up on command. So, I guess it's about, it's not about trying to chase away the nightmare. It's about learning to cope with it, either after you wake up or if you're good at lucid dreaming. So I'm planning on taking psychology in college because I have no idea what to do with my life, because my parents want me to do what I want, even though I have no idea what I want. Psychology is great. Like, if you don't want to do anything else and you want to go into psychology, I think it's great. Like, okay, yeah, the psychology major is gonna tell you that psychology is great, I know. You know, it's really cool. It's really cool. I like it a lot. Do you envy on someone who had no dreams like Black and nothing else? I've learned to let go of envy. I've learned that envy is not good in any situation. Of course, you can't stop it from happening, that's the thing. Like dreams, your emotions are also uncontrollable. Your emotions just happen to you. You can't stop an emotion, so of course I feel envy sometimes. It's what do you do with that envy? As Sky is saying in chat, don't compare yourself with others, compare yourself with yourself. That's what I do. For example, in the competitiveness, that's what we're talking about. Okay, let me change the topic again. There you go. So, what I do in the case of like the Arknights community, there was a period where I was like, man, this guy is getting so much more views. Man, this guy has such a better video, and that kind of ate at me. But in the more recent years, I just compare myself to myself. Like, how is this video doing in comparison to my previous videos? So, in your case, in like the normal life case, would be something like, how was I doing last year? Or 2 years ago? How am I doing now compared to 2 years ago? That should be the comparison. Or if you're trying to get good at something, like let's say you're trying to get good at fucking Monster Hunter, right? Don't compare yourself to like the pro player. Be like, how was I doing last match? How was I doing when I started playing? And compare yourself to that. Compare yourself to your own progress. That's not just useful in the sense that you let go of envy, you let go of jealousy, and you let go of just being miserable. It's also good in the sense that if you do notice you're slacking, that immediately, tells you, hey, I should do something about this. Because if you compare yourself to someone that's way above you, there's no realistic way to get over there, so you get demoralized. Okay, how do you stop thinking that you need to improve every day or you're wasting your life and youth? Okay, you need to understand that I haven't watched Evangelion. Evangelion is like a doom posting the anime. I don't like it. It's way too doom posty for me. Anyway, you need to understand that progress, that improvement is not a straight line. It's not like a graph just going up constantly. Progress is not linear. Sometimes you will stagnate, that is normal. Sometimes you will even take a couple steps back, and that's normal. Progress is not a straight line, as I said. So, again, when you compare yourself, for example, when you compare yourself to yourself, you know, going back to what we were saying, and you notice that you've had a dip, or you notice that you're stagnating, that doesn't necessarily mean that you aren't progressing, because just the awareness of that stagnation, the awareness that you are making a couple steps back, that on its own is part of the progress, and that on its own is step one. Awareness is step one. So, as long as you can act on it, as long as you can properly act on it, you are always progressing, even on the days you are stagnating. Do you think psychology is a good major to take compared to the others? I don't know. Like, compared to the others, I don't know, because I've never taken the others. Oh, chat is frozen? Oh, chat is frozen. Oh no. Oh no, okay. So, are you in a relationship? No. Okay, let me try to fix the chat. Let me try to fix the chat real quick. That's okay. No, that's just still frozen. Okay. Oh, never mind. Never mind. We're back. Okay. So. Resuming from where we left off, how do you compare it to others? You don't, that's the thing, because when you compare yourself to others, you are inherently missing information. That's the thing, you are missing information. When you look at yourself, you have all the information because it's yourself. But when you look at someone else, inherently there is a lot of the picture that you are missing. So you are comparing your whole to what they present you. So that's why comparing yourself to someone else is inherently always a bad idea. It's inherently always flawed. What if I don't feel like I'm doing anything even though I'm aware of the situation? Okay, in this case, you either do more, you either look at the situation and you're like, okay, where could I improve? What more could I do in this situation? Or what else could I do in this situation? Or you try to look at your progress objectively, because sometimes it doesn't feel like you're doing much, but in practice you are. I don't even know myself, sometimes I lose myself. Of course, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant though. Like, I get what you mean, that's not what I meant. In that case, if you feel like you don't even know yourself, that's step one. Like, out of everything, that is step one. You need to know yourself before you do anything. So, just pause and just meditate, do some introspection. What are you? What do you believe in? What are your issues right now? What are your points of strength? And so on. What anime do you consider great? Mob Psycho 100, Gurren Lagann, and Vinland Saga. Which, you know, I guess that's not a surprising answer. You know, if you listened to everything I said, that's not a surprising answer. Favorite philosopher and his quote. Okay. Unironically, my favorite quote ever, it's not from a philosopher, it's from a meme. There's like a bunch of black guys, like, you know, gangster black guys smiling, and the caption says, "Not every day is a good day, but there is something good in every day." That's my favorite quote. That's, unironically, that's my favorite quote of all time. SUPAH, I'm so down bad for my Arknights waifus that I've began to exercise and learn life skills just because someone said they're out of my league. That's good. Like, no joke, unironically, that's good. If that's what gets you to improve yourself, if that's what gets you to exercise and learn life skills, then that's great, man. You know, as someone once said, you know, whatever gets you through, it doesn't really matter what it is. If you brush your teeth because you think that Naruto would be proud if you did that, then grab that brush, Datebayo, you know? What do you do when you learned too much? You learn to cope with that knowledge, and you use that knowledge to better yourself. Why is there a Ho-Ho plushie behind the other chair? She's hiding. She's shy. She's hiding. Wait, let me change the chat box position a little bit. There you go. That's what Hero... There you go, exactly. That's what Hero Himmel would do. Unironically though, whatever gets you through, whatever gets you to improve yourself, you shouldn't be ashamed. You should not be ashamed of what gets you to improve. If you improve because you think that your Arknights waifu is out of your link, then... out of your league, then so be it. Is it better that my personality consists of fictional characters' personalities? No, I don't think that's bad. Foz V2, I don't think that's bad. Because that's what a personality is, you know? You are a mosaic of everything you care about. Be it people, pieces of media, or fictional characters. So, if you are influenced by the fictional characters, I think that's normal. Because a personality is a mosaic of every experience you've had in your life. SUPAH, what if I know someone who knows everything and I don't, but he brags about it? Should I slime him? Yes, slime him. You have my permission to just point blank shoot that guy in the chest. Will you marry me? No. What if I am influenced by you, SUPAH? That's great. I'm a great influence, Nick. I'm a great influence. SUPAH, how do I cope with me losing my personality? I feel less and less like me. Okay, that could come from a lot of different things. That stagnation, again, we go back to the topic of stagnation, that could come from a lot of things. It could be depression, it could be stagnation, it could be a lot of things. So, I am reading the YouTube chat, shut up. It's just like I can't answer every question. Anyway, in that case, when you feel like you are losing yourself, you stop and you think. You're like, okay, what was I? Like, what was I back then? You know, before I lost myself, what was I? And you can work towards regaining that. You need to understand that if you do nothing, then nothing will happen. I know it sounds obvious. I know it sounds obvious when I say it like that, but if you do nothing, then nothing will change. But what if, what if you're like, okay, SUPAH, I looked and I don't know what I am. I am an empty slate. I am empty. That's good. Because if you're empty, then you can be whatever you want. You can fill yourself with whatever you want. You can decide to be whatever. But it's all about the action. It's all about the agency. You must never forget that you have agency over yourself. You have agency over your life. That's a thing that a lot of people tend to forget. when they are in like a depressive episode. So how do you cope with fear of letting people down when you know they won't be disappointed, but that voice in your head keeps telling you you'll fail them? That's the thing with voices in your head, right? You can't control what the voice says. That's, you know, emotions, dreams, and thoughts. That's the three things that you can't control. What you can control is how you act upon those emotions, is how you act upon those thoughts, is how you act upon that dream. So in this case, when you have your little voice in your head that tells you, you're gonna suck, you fucking suck ass, you're a bum, you're like, okay, first of all, don't shoo away the thought. You welcome in the thought, and you have a discussion with it. You're like, okay, why does the voice say that? Is it true, though? You look at everything, and you're like, is that a real possibility? Is that real? You ground yourself back into reality. You're like, if I fail, what will be the real consequences of that? What will be the real consequences of that? What will be the real reaction that the others will have to that? And that's the thing, right? The number one enemy of anxiety and panic is logic, is rationale. When the voice tells you, oh, you're a bum, you suck, you're a bum, you're like, okay, logically, is that true? Logically, is there evidence of that? And if there is, if you turn out that yes, maybe you're a bum, it's like, can I do something about it? Can I change something? That's the thing at the bottom of everything. There you go, Sky. Thank you very much for saying that. You can't hate yourself into someone that you will love. That's important to know. You can't hate yourself into being someone that you will love. And that's, my mother used to compare me with my neighborhood kid. That was until she became friends with mother, and then she understood what he was speaking. Okay, that's kind of funny. She compared you to someone else, but then she realized that that guy was also a bum. I have a friend who likes fireworks, but somehow obtained a bomb-making manual. He wants to make one. He knows too much about his religion to the point he starts having paranoia. He starts going deep now. Okay, what are you asking? Are you asking help about the religion? Are you asking help about the paranoia or about the fireworks? You kind of tossed a lot at me. Can I have some advice for me, who came from a work-related mental trauma weeks ago? I'm a teacher for 6 years now, and can't really decide if I should continue the profession or change jobs. Okay, so, I don't have the context, right? I don't have the full context. I'm not gonna give you a definitive answer. I'm not gonna be like, yeah, change your job, fuck them kids, change your job. Because there's a lot of factors. There's a lot of factors that go into that choice. The best advice that I can give you is, again, to sit down and look at the reality of the fact. Okay, job-related trauma. What was that trauma? What caused that trauma? Can this trauma happen again? Is this something that could happen again? Is it realistic for it to happen again? Can I handle it if it happens again? There's a lot of questions that go into it. And so, once you answer all of them, you should have your answers, which is what the trauma is, what caused the trauma, can it happen again, is it realistic for it to happen again, and can you deal with it if it happens again? If the answer is yes, then maybe you could consider continuing. If the answer is no, you could consider changing jobs. How to actually live a life? Genuine question. That is a very vague question. Like, it's a genuine question, but it's very vague. The best advice I can give you, the best advices I can give you, is to remember that you have agency. Remember that you have control over your actions. Yes, you don't control your thoughts, you don't control your emotions, but you control what you do with those emotions, you control what you do with those thoughts. That's my advice, number one. And then what else? Okay, another thing is to realize that inherently, you are the one that gives meaning to life. You know, chat completely stopped for me. Like, it's going on in the stream, but it's completely stopped for me. Anyway, you have to realize you are the one that gives meaning to life, because life inherently is meaningless. Everything inherently is meaningless. But that's not a bad thing, because the fact that everything is meaningless inherently is meaningless in itself. So that's my two pieces of advice. Realize you have agency over your life, over your actions, and realize that you are the one that gives meaning to that life. How do you start doing something that you think you physically can't? Okay, that's, again, a vague question. If you physically can't do it, then that's just impossible. My advice would be to try it. Just try it to see if it works. SUPAH, what if my friend Vadim seeks validation of people by saying he's depressed and ugly, but I know the truth? Should I let such behavior? Okay, so you probably shouldn't let that behavior fester. You should, like, stop him. You should be like, buddy, you know, pause, maybe let's not, you know? Maybe let's not do that. That's like a covert narcissism. And you shouldn't grab satisfaction from others, you know? Hold on, I need to fix the chat. I need to go into, like, the actual YouTube chat, because the chat on Streamer Labs is completely frozen. Okay. How would you determine if someone opening up to you is seeking advice or simply want to be heard if they never told you? Or should you simply ask first and foremost? Okay, how I carry myself is I just ask. I am blunt and I just go for it. I just ask, hey, do you want to open up? Do you want to talk about it? Especially with these things, it's better to not assume. It's always better to not assume. Unless you know that person really, really intimately, it's better to not assume. So I would ask. What exactly makes somebody a contrarian, and what's the most likely reason behind their actions and behavior? So, a contrarian is defined as someone who finds satisfaction in simply going against what's popular. So, a contrarian would be someone that dislikes popular things just because they are popular. And of course, the reason behind it is very simple. It's because, you know, you feel special, you feel unique. If you are like, hey, Expedition 33, I think it sucks. I think that's a bad game. You feel special, you feel like you are different from the herd. That's the reason. I play volleyball, libero specifically, but recently I've sucked at like everything. Do you have any advice to give me encouragement? It's normal. That's my advice. That's normal. That's just a thing that will happen. Life has, the way I call it, life has up periods and down periods. And it's normal, they cycle between the up period and the down period. There will be up periods where everything is going well, where you're doing great, you're feeling amazing. And there will be down periods where, oh my god, you just suck at everything, you can't get anything right. And that's normal. That's what I explained before, progress is not a straight line. What I do in this situation is like, okay, this is a down period, it's fine, it happens, I just have to get through it, and there will be another up period waiting for me. That's what I keep telling myself, and it's true. It's always been true. Every time I was down, every time I just sucked at everything, I was like, this is a down period, this period is not going well for me, but it will pass. And at the end, there will be an up period waiting for me. And it's always been true. But then again, you don't just have to stagnate. Don't just wait for the up period to come. You have to manifest the up period, you know? You don't have to just sit down until it happens. You have to remember you have agency. So I should just keep moving forward regardless of my own or others' words. Yes, that's a wonderful way to put it. Keep going forward, regardless of what the voice in your head says, regardless of what others say, regardless of what this period feels like. Just keep going forward, because there are good times to come. Hold on, I'm gonna take a bite of my lunch. I haven't eaten in a while, so let me just take a bite really quickly. What was the Robinsons motto? I never watched the Robinsons. I'm trying to learn digital art, but how will I overcome abolition? You know, a lot of things in life, and you know, it's tough to say it. It's tough to say it, but a lot of things with life are either fake it till you make it, or brute force. Straight up, there is no other way I can say it. It's either brute force, that you sit down and you do that thing, and you keep doing it, or it's fake it till you make it, where you fake it until it stops being fake. That's a thing with okay, I know what I have to do, but I don't have the motivation, how to find it. Motivation is very complex. Finding motivation can be very complex. Motivation is divided in two things. There's intrinsic motivation and there's extrinsic motivation. So what I'm assuming you are struggling to find is intrinsic motivation, which is motivation that comes from yourself. So you are motivated because of something intrinsic to the activity. And you know what? I struggle with it a lot. I don't know if you know this about me, but I have diagnosed anhedonia. If you don't know what anhedonia is basically just a diagnosed thing where I can't feel motivation, I don't enjoy doing things, and I don't really feel emotions very well, and I struggle to care. So, in my situation, how do I find motivation? How I do it is that I attach an extrinsic meaning, that is an external meaning to everything I do. Because, very simply, I don't have motivation within myself. I can't do that. Okay, thank you, Strawberry. I love you too, from Malaysia. how I do it is that I attach an external meaning to things. So for the videos, I attach that, oh, it's gonna make people happy, it's gonna make people smile, and I make money from it. Or for this stream, it's like, oh, people will want to hear this, people will need to hear this, they, quote, need this. And that's how I do it. So put an external meaning to what you want to do, and do it for that external meaning. Anyway, Stan, you asked what I feel about the channel. I think it's doing fine. Like, I think it's fine. I think, you know, there's been an uptrend recently with the channel. Like, it's been slowly growing, and that's cool. I like it. I am satisfied with where the channel is. What will you do after retiring as a YouTuber? I'm planning to be a psychologist, like, straight up, like, straight up, I'm planning to be a psychologist, that's what I wanna do. I don't want to be a YouTuber. Like, YouTubing has always been a hobby for me. I want to be a psychologist. What do you think about HRT? HRT is great. It's a medical treatment that some people need. Some trans people need HRT, and that's fine. The fuck, I am on HRT. Did you know that I am on HRT? When Enfeeder Lee says, will you be making regular content about it? Yes. What else? There's some other questions that I missed. How do you keep making up different reasons so that meaning doesn't make it repetitive enough to stop doing it before you form the habit? I'm assuming you're asking, like, how do you find that meaning? And I can't really tell you that, right? Because I don't know you, I don't know what your life is like. But, how do I word this? This is a difficult thing to explain. You should be able to find something, okay, even extrinsic. It could be an extrinsic meaning, as well as it could be an intrinsic meaning. Let's say, there you go, this pink keyboard on my desk. I have a pink girly pop keyboard on my desk. This keyboard is meaningless. It does not mean anything in the grand scheme of things. But it has meaning to me. It's cute, I like it, it makes me feel nice when I press the buttons and it makes a nice sound. That's, you know, it doesn't have to be something profound. It doesn't have to be something deep. It can just be, I like this object. It makes me happy to have this object. And that can be your meaning. How do you determine if yourself are satisfied? Well, do you feel intrinsic satisfaction from it? Do you feel you could go any higher? Do you feel there's more you could do? Do you feel you have any regrets? Do you feel there is anything you have to reconcile with? Do you feel there is opportunities you aren't exploring? Oh my god, I almost said exploding. Someone asks, this might sound rude, but when someone says a trans man, do they mean a man who transitioned into a woman or a woman who transitioned into a man? Okay, so a trans man is a woman who transitioned into a man. A trans woman is a man who transitioned into a woman. So if it's a trans woman, that means they are a woman now. If it's a trans man, that means they are a man now. That's what that means. I think we Shadow would like to explode, yeah. Should I major in psych? I mean, if you want to... I think you should major in psychology if you want to pursue psychology as a career. Because otherwise, it's kinda useless. Like, otherwise, it's kinda useless. Like, yeah, it helps you a lot. Like, the stuff I learned while studying psychology, it helped me so much. But, like, in the wider scheme of life, it's not very, you know, useful. You know, I'll update the topic. I don't know. Just talking, man. I don't know. We're just kinda talking about everything right now. How can I express myself more honestly? I feel most times I don't have any reactions to things, but due to standing out, I just put out reactions. Is this bad? Let me think about that for a moment, because not everything needs a reaction, right? As I said, I have diagnosed anhedonia, so because of that, I don't have a reaction to a lot of things. But you know, since I'm a content creator, I can't just fucking sit on my ass and not react to things. So, it can be both. It depends on the situation. It depends on the situation, if it's bad or not. If you are just doing daily life, if you are just talking to people in your daily life, you should be honest. If you don't have a reaction to something, then don't react. If you don't feel like reacting, then don't. But if you are in an environment that requires reactions out of you, then in that case, you should try to react. What do you think unhealthy addiction to sweets means from a psychological, biological point of view? Oh my god, okay, that is such an interesting topic. Such an interesting alley-oop you gave me there. So, what are addictions? I need you to understand something about addictions. The object of the addiction, be it cocaine, gambling, sweets, sex, or work, doesn't really matter. Addiction is kind of a band-aid. What the object of the addiction is meant to do is relieve stress. So, whatever that is, the properties of that thing are kind of interchangeable, be it sex, sweets, or gambling. The purpose is to relieve stress, which, you know, comes from other aspects of life. So in the case of being addicted to sweets, maybe you are stressed in other areas of life, and the sweets provide comfort from that stress. However, addiction gets bad. Why does it get bad? Because then the addiction becomes a way to relieving the stress caused by the addiction. So, for example, let's take addiction to gambling. At first, you gamble for the thrill, because that thrill relieves the stress that is present in other areas of your life. But then you start to feel stressed from not gambling, which means that gambling becomes a stress relief from not gambling. Which, you know, that's not good. So that answers your question. That's what it means on a psychological or biological level. That's what it means. And the thing with addictions is that they have a chemical component to it. There is serotonin, there is dopamine. And the thing with dopamine receptors is that they get dulled out. And so you will need a higher and higher thrill to reach that initial high that you had at the start. What is your opinion on people having an addiction to Skadi? They should be shot. Also, what about obsessions? Okay, what obsessions are we talking about? Are we talking about like OCD? Or are we talking about a romantic obsession? You know, OCD is a whole topic, so I'm not going to assume you're talking about OCD. Let's talk about obsessions. Okay, we can talk about OCD some other time, because that's a big topic, that's huge. So, obsessions, they are also a way to fill in from lacking parts in the rest of your life. So let's say you are someone with very low self-esteem, you are someone that is very troubled as a person, then you are more likely to become obsessed over your romantic partner, because the love from that partner fills in for your lack of self-esteem. That's what I think obsessions stem from. They are filling in, they are an external thing that is filling in for an internal lack. That's what I think obsessions stem from. But if we wanted to talk about obsessions in the OCD sense, that's completely different. That's a whole other thing. Is your hate towards Skadi rational or an irrational emotion? It's very rational. If you are smart, you hate Skadi as well. Mr. SUPAH, how do I get weedy to impregnate my man womb without it looking weird? Okay, look. You go to the bar, right? And at the bar, there's Weedy. She's, you know, taking a drink, minding her business. That's when you approach. You approach with a, you know, wide shoulders, chest out, imposing alpha male stance. You approach, and you're like, Madame, I couldn't help but notice that you're quite an exquisite specimen. And immediately she's gonna look at you and she's gonna have love in her eyes just because of your delivery. And you're like, Madame, I have already ordered a love hotel room for the both of us. Why don't we do the horizontal tango? And that's how you do it. Obsessions fill in for something while addictions dig their own hole and try to fill it. Okay, so obsessions are like a rug. It's like there's a hole in the floor and you put a rug over it. That's like the obsession. It fills in for an internal lack. So, meanwhile, addictions are relief, are a form of stress relief. They have different purposes. Obsessions fill in for an internal lack, while addictions are stress relief. Okay, Shin Yushuan, I'm not gonna answer that. I'm not... I know what you're referring to. I know what you are referencing. With the green gas use effect, I know exactly what video you are referencing. What happens when the credit card declines for the therapist? Okay, that's like when the credit card declines, it's the therapist just goes on a full like low-tier god rant, like your life is nothing, you serve no purpose, you should kill yourself now. Do you enjoy other games? I enjoy Monster Hunter. That straight up, I play Monster Hunter, I play roguelikes, and I play Arknights. That's what I play. What should one do if they feel like they can't get through life solo? Well, That's the fortunate thing about life, is that you're not going through it solo. That's the lucky thing. You have friends, you have family, you have even the strangers online giving you advice. Important questions. Have you played Monuments? I haven't. I haven't tried Monuments. Every single time I develop a hobby for something, I become hyper-fixated for a limited amount of time and then move on to something else. That feels like ADHD, like I'm not gonna diagnose you, but like that's one of the more common symptoms of the ADHD, so maybe look into that, maybe look with an actual professional. But you know, as long as it doesn't cause you problems, as long as it isn't like actually causing you problems in a daily life, I don't really see the problem with that. Thoughts on Azur Lane? I played Azur Lane before Arknights. Like, I got into Arknights because of Azur Lane. I was on the Play Store, I was like, oh, there's this game from Yostar, the same publishers. So I tried it and I'm here now. What should I do with my obsession with getting pregnant so bad even though I can't? Genuine question. Okay. Okay, apologies for being a little stunlocked. I assume you're a trans woman. I'm going to assume you're a trans woman. So, I would first ask the question. Why do you want to get pregnant so much? Oh, you're a male. Okay, then okay. I apologize. Oh my god, okay, I apologize for being a little stunlocked. I'm trying to give a serious advice regarding this. Okay. Why do you want to get pregnant so much? You know? What is the reason for it? Once you find that reason, you should come to terms with why this is a biological impossibility, you know? If it is for having a child, if you just really want to have a child, then you can adopt, you know? You can be a sperm donor and have a child that way. You know? Impossible as of now. True, impossible as of now. So there's still hope. Yeah, I'm sorry, I got a little stunlocked. You know, if that was a trans woman, I was ready to go into a full speech about, you know, what a woman is and what defines a woman and why, you know, being a woman is not defined by pregnancy. But, you know, then the guy went, oh no, I'm a guy, I'm male. And, you know, I got stunlocked from that, so I apologize. Did you see the new Azur Lane skin? No. I haven't, but I know it's like a porn game. Like, it's straight up just a fucking hentai game. Go define what a woman is. A woman is anything that lives socially as a woman. There you go. A woman is anything that socially lives as a woman. Real psychologies when put against real delusion. Does a habit of ignoring small things like notifications reflect when a person is tidy or disorganized? Okay, so tidy and disorganized are a bit too tight as labels. They're not quite wide enough. But like, yeah, of course, right? The small things are a reflection of the wider personality. Now, I'm not sure about tidy or disorganized, but certainly ignoring small things like notifications is an indicator of the wider personality. What are the arguments for trans people? What do you mean by that? Like, what am I arguing? If they should exist? What am I arguing? Got my friend into writing writing my first book, and he published his first book. Better than anything I ever created. Okay, so Quady. First of all, you're 15. I don't mean to say that in a bad way. I don't mean to insult you with that. Seriously, you are 15, your life has just begun. Of course, you will not be good at it. You are not even an adult yet. So, a very important thing that you must realize is that when you create something, when you make something, it's not gonna be good. Like, 100%, it's not gonna be good. And that's true for everyone. Unless you are an actual genetic anomaly with talent, whatever you make, it's not gonna be good. The thing is, you just have to put it out there. You know, it doesn't matter if it's not good. You can make it good later. Especially with writing. That's the two things, writing and drawing. It just needs to be out there. Then, once you put it out there, you can improve on it, you know? So, it just has to be there. You can make it good later. Of course, this friend is better than you. That's probably normal. That shouldn't hamper you, because you are on your own journey, and that's the only thing that matters, your own journey. Yeah, as Zodiac said, which, by the way, as a reminder, Zodiac is the person who made the screen you are seeing right now. You need to make 100 bad things for one good thing. And that's fine. How do I keep playing Arknights without forcing myself, even when I'm bored with the game? You don't. You take a break. Straight up, you take a break. If you're burnt out, you take a break. You don't force yourself. Like, unless it's like me, where it's like my damn near fucking job. Like, thank God I'm not burnt out with Arknights. Like, I can't get burnt out on Arknights, and I'm grateful for that. But if you are, then just, you know, quit. Just take a break. Come back later. But if I take a break, you'll insult me for not having every medal, SUPAH? Yeah, that's true. That's true. Just you, Hector, though. Just you, Hector096. I'm just gonna insult you. Specifically. I've been shut in for years that I feel I've become extremely socially awkward. I started college recently, and I feel so uncomfortable and anxious with every social interaction, even if small. That's the thing, though. Like writing, like drawing, being social is also a skill, is also a thing that you have to go out there and just do it. So, of course, at the start, it's gonna feel awkward. Of course, you've been shut in, so now it feels awkward. That's normal, that's the start. A marathon starts with a step, and you've been taking the first steps. Now, the important part... Yeah, I got a Discord ping, don't worry about it. The important part now is to not be discouraged from that. You inspire me to go outside and take a walk. I am glad. See you in an hour. I am glad, Fob. Anyway, as I was saying, that's the thing now. You don't have to get discouraged. You have to keep going. It's going to get better. The more you do social, the more you interact, you're gonna get better at it. Of course, now it's awkward. Okay, JDT, I'm gonna answer your question in a little bit. Let me take a bite of my food and let me go refill my water. I'm gonna go refill my water. And I'm gonna take a bite, and then I'm gonna answer your question, JT. Oh. Hi, Il Magnus. Pranzo alle 15, allora guarda, io ho cominciato a pranzare all'1. Però sto a parlare, quindi cazzo non riesco a mangiare, capi? Poi, that's when you consult others, you know? You can't know if it's Arknights enough until you have someone judge it. And after you get judged, you can, you know, do better and improve. You can't know if it's Arknights enough until it is judged. Anyway, I'm gonna go fill my water. I'm gonna put the ducks, and then I'm gonna answer JDT's question. Enjoy the ducks, I'll go fill my water. I'm back. Okay. Let me take another bite. Like seriously, I got to eat, man. I got to snack on a scrumptious plate of pasta with onions. No, the pasta is cold. It's cold as fuck, the pasta. But you know, it's good. It's still good. I love onions. Anyway, Jade T. Let me change the topic. Real quick. So, there is... did you try the Wrath of Siracusa? No. There is two things that come into play when you talk about self-esteem. The first thing is something that I mentioned already. It's fake it till you make it. Especially with self-esteem, especially with like confidence, it's fake it till you make it. For example, let me give you an actual example on how to do this. You know, like self-deprecating jokes? Don't do that. Stop. Cease. Instead, do self-aggrandizing jokes. Be like, oh yeah, I'm the GOAT. I'm fucking awesome. I'm awesome sauce. Hype yourself. Even if it's just a joke, even if you don't really believe that and it's just a joke, just do that. Just do that and keep doing it consistently. And you know, over the course of the years, it eventually it's gonna stop. It's gonna stop being a joke. I stopped hanging out with people that would make deprecating jokes about me. That's good. That's good. That's good. Don't hang around people that bring you down. Fuck, I was gonna say another thing, but I got sidetracked. Oh, yeah. The thing is, also don't say I'm gonna kill myself. Also don't say that. Avoid any self-deprecating jokes. Do self-aggrandizing jokes. Another thing is that you have to be your own biggest fan. Just in general, in life, you have to be your own biggest fan. And your biggest critic. You have to be both. You have to be both your biggest fan and your biggest critic. But mind you, not your biggest hater. That's different. Not your biggest hater, your biggest critic. Alright, bye-bye, Stan. But the thing is, right? Fake it till you make it. Be cocky. Be narcissistic. Of course, at the start, like Xixv said, you're gonna feel narcissistic. You're gonna feel bad doing that. Like, am I being too cocky? Am I being too narcissistic? This is a little egocentric. Doesn't matter, because you do the exact same shit, but in the opposite direction. So, for once, instead of being too self-deprecating, instead of hating yourself, be egocentric, be cocky, be narcissistic. Initially as a joke, you know, it will start as a joke, as self-aggrandizing jokes. But eventually, it's gonna be less and less of a joke. The second thing, because, you know, this was still like the first part, the second part of self-esteem is a concept called self-efficacy. What do you guys know what self-efficacy is? I'm gonna explain it. Basically, it is proven that your conviction of your abilities to do something actually influence your ability to do something. You know, okay, I'm gonna send it in chat. It's called like this, self-efficacy. Basically, the short of it is that it's been proven that people who think they will succeed are more likely to succeed. People who think they will fail are more likely to fail. So, if you go into something like, oh man, I fucking suck at this, oh my god, I'm gonna do so bad, oh my god, I fucking suck, you are more likely to fail. Instead, if you go in like, oh okay, I got this, I'm the GOAT, I can do this, I have proven that I can do this, it is more likely that you will succeed. If you expect failure, you won't be disappointed when it eventually comes. That's wrong though. Straight up, that's wrong. Straight up, that's wrong. Because it's been proven that expecting failure brings failure. So all you are doing in reality is failing more. Sure, you're not gonna be disappointed, but all you do is bring upon yourself more failure. Because again, it's been proven, there have been experiments conducted about this, that people who expect failure are more likely to fail. People who expect success are more likely to succeed. Of course, okay, of course this doesn't apply to gambling, okay? Let me just put that statement. This applies to things of skill. This applies to behaviors that require skill. It has no effect on luck. It has no effect on events of chance. Okay? Yeah, gambling is a skill. Yeah, content disclaimer, don't go gambling. Don't use self-efficacy as an excuse to gamble. What if I say I feel the need for external positive affirmation? Okay, let me change the topic again, because this is also a pretty big topic. So, the thing with external affirmation is that everyone needs it. I'm not gonna make the blanket statement, actually. The overwhelmingly majority of people need some level of external validation. That is normal. What isn't normal is relying on it, solely relying on it. Satisfaction, happiness should come from within. And I know you hear me say that, you're like, oh, SUPAH, okay, nice fucking Zen monk bullshit. Yeah, did you read that on Tumblr, SUPAH? But, okay, that's obvious, I know that. Thank you, Living Shadow, for the 55 try. I trusted myself while pulling you, got pot 6, trust yourself in gambling and you win. Anyway, fuck, what was I saying? What was I saying? Completely... Oh, yeah, okay. Of course, validation has to come from within, but just saying that, you know, that's not saying much. However, external validation can be useful. Receiving external validation can be a bridge to the internal validation. It can be what gets you there. And that's true for a lot of things. For example, did you know how psychologists deal with people who have dependent personality disorder, where they depend on people to a pathological level? They make them dependent on the therapist. And the dependency on the therapist becomes a bridge to healing. So in this case, external validation can become a bridge to internal validation. It's like when I tell myself I can do something and then someone tells me that I can succeed, I feel more assured. That's normal, JDT, I feel that's just normal. Like, you're like, okay, if this person too believes I can succeed, now it's me and them, that's 2 people. Before it was just me, so now there's more people that believe in me. Of course I'm gonna feel more reassured, that's just normal. Just do it, don't even expect anything, neither success nor failure. That, I mean, that's a lovely idea on paper, but unfortunately I feel that most people are wired to expect something inherently, you know? What happens when you're codependent and one of them becomes more independent? Disaster, that's what happens. Complete, utter fucking disaster. That's what happens. Like he says to you too, JDT. Exactly, do what you can today. Okay, so I've been isolating myself and skipping meals more. Honestly, I don't know what to do with my life. Can I turn this around and how? Yes, you can turn it around. I'm assuming you weren't here at the start of the stream where I spoke about agency. So the thing is, right, laugh in, that this is gonna be the most obvious statement in the world, but it warrants repeating. if you don't do anything, nothing will happen. Like, obviously. If you don't do anything, if you do nothing, then nothing will change. What you are doing here is stagnating. You are doing nothing. You are isolating yourself and skipping meals. You are sort of waiting and letting life pass by you like a movie reel. So, of course, you can turn this around. The only thing without solution is death. Everything else has a solution. As to how, it's about realizing you have that agency in your life. So, the first thing would be to not isolate yourself. The second thing would be to not skip the meals. I didn't graduate yet. I'm still just majoring. So I didn't graduate yet. SUPAH, can I kiss you? No. You can give me a hug though. I can go with a hug. Is that okay if I'm not interested in being outside? I mean, as long as it doesn't become pathological, where you can't be outside, then yeah, I think it's fine. Is it weird if I love my waifu so much that she becomes my motivation? Okay, Yoi, I answered that. I answered that before, but I'm gonna answer again. Whatever motivates you, that's fine. Don't be ashamed of what motivates you. You know, if you work out, if you improve yourself because you think that Teresa from Ark Knights would be proud of you if you did that, then that's great. Then do it, you know? Also, yeah, I'm 22. I am 22. That's my age. I'm 22. I don't have enough energy to do all I need. How do I choose priorities or get more energy? Okay, energy is a kind of a feedback loop, right? If you feel energetic, that momentum is gonna keep going and you're gonna continue being energetic. But in the same token, if you don't feel energetic, then gaining energy is very difficult. So, when it comes to choosing priorities, you can do something very simple. You can open up your phone, you can open up the Notepad app, and be like, okay, let's list out everything I have to do. Let's make a list. Then you look at the list, and you're like, okay, what is more important? What has the priority here? You know, it's not all mental, you know, you don't have to do everything in your head. You can use, like, notes and spreadsheets and stuff. So in this case, to find the priorities, I would write down a list, and then there is several methods to choose what to pursue. For example, you could be like, oh, I care about this thing. Let's see if this thing is fulfilled by the items in the list. Or you could write out every aspect of each item in the list, and then go by a process of elimination, where instead of deciding what's the most important, you decide what's the least important, and you know, you knock that out, and then by process of elimination, you will be left with a few things. What if I don't have the energy to do the list, or feel overwhelmed and don't know where to start? That's the thing with being overwhelmed. Yeah, I should drink some water. You're right, Shazbra. I'm gonna answer said Willow, but for now, let me let me drink. Man Wolf, it's not laziness. Don't say that. It's not laziness. Let me take a bite of my food, and then I can explain about feeling overwhelmed. You know, I apologize if I'm quiet while I chew. Grok, remove Lapland boots. Bro, I'm chewing. What do you mean Dragon Ball sound effect? I'm chewing. So, let me explain being overwhelmed, not knowing where to start. Often, you are overwhelmed when you think of everything at once. Right? Let's say you want to travel. Let's just, you know, bring up an example, like traveling. If you think about it like, oh god, I have to get the hotel, pay for the hotel, save up the money, get a plane ticket, go to the ticket, order an Uber, stay at the airport, not get scammed on the airport, then I have to go through TSA, then I have to go through security. That's gonna be very overwhelming. You need to realize that life rarely happens all at once. Life happens one step at a time. So, when you take things in, you should take them one step at a time. So, the travel thing. Let's go back to traveling. Instead of taking everything at once, one thing at a time. Let me order the Uber. First thing. After I order the Uber, I am going to get the plane tickets. After I get the plane tickets, I'm going to do the hotel, and so on. Take one thing at a time. And the later steps, you're gonna get there when you get there. You're gonna think about them when you get them. What if life doesn't go as planned? You adapt and you plan something else. Like, of course, it's a shame that the plans didn't work out. It's awful. That you will need to cope with it. But again, the only thing without a solution is death. So you sit down and you think of something else. You can't hire me to be a therapist. I don't have a degree. I'm just a student. I don't have a degree. You can't hire me as a therapist. You can hire me as a consultant. There you go. The consultants don't need degrees, so I guess there's that. How long do you have to not do anything and be in stagnation for it to be laziness as you keep procrastinating those goals as you start coasting? It depends when it becomes pathological, you know? When it becomes pathological, where it's like you can't do anything, you procrastinate even things that you want to do, that's when it stops being laziness. When you want to do something, but you just can't, you feel overwhelmed, you feel like you physically unable, you procrastinate even things you want to. How do you tell someone to man up or grow up in the nicest way possible? Well, that's the thing though, right? There's no nice way to say that. There's no nice way. You can sweeten the pill, but really there's no nice way to say that. You just, you know, sometimes someone, they just need like a verbal slap to the face. You just need to verbally slap them in the face and to be like, get your shit together. Man up. Sometimes people need that like a snap of the fingers, that wake up call, just being really blunt with them. Sometimes, okay? Sometimes. Finlandia, you are already a cat. Don't worry, Finlandia. No, don't low tier god them. Don't just go to someone that's depressed and be like, your life is nothing. You serve zero purpose. You should kill yourself now. Yeah, never use it as a first resort. That's a good way to say it, Sky. It should be your last resort. When nothing else worked, that's when you just verbally slap them in the face and you go, get your shit together, little bro. I have a question that may be a pivoting point for me. Can I finally cut off someone that heavily relied on me from a past event? I don't want them to go to the time of their life. What do you mean cut off? Do you mean like, oh okay, my job is done, you don't need me anymore, bye-bye? Or do you think that you're a bad influence and that's why you want to cut them off? You know, I need a little more context, Quio. I need a bit more context. Why do you want to cut them off? Do you think you will be a bad influence? Do you think it's just, you know, my job is done? So how do you deal with the feeling that life is passing you by? That everyone is achieving those milestones but you remain in the same place? That's the thing though. Now we go back to comparison, we go back to agency. When you look at yourself, you have every information. When you look at yourself, you have everything you need to know. But when you look at others, you only see what they show you, what they decide to make you see. So inherently, that is a flawed comparison. You know, because you just don't have the information. You see their milestones, you don't see anything else. You don't see the times that they stagnated. You don't see the times that they, you know, made steps back and faltered. And regarding agency, again, it becomes like, if you do nothing, then nothing will change. You need to remind yourself you have agency. You can do things to change your life, even small things. What's the difference between a psychologist and a psychiatrist? A psychiatrist has an actual medical background. Like, a psychiatrist is also a doctor. So, a psychiatrist is able to prescribe you heavier medication, it's able to prescribe you heavier treatments. Okay, but what if they never failed? There is no person. There is no person on Earth that has never failed. There is not one. If you think that the others are perfect, that the others never failed, you are wrong. Straight up. Are you good at cooking? No. I am dreadful at cooking. When did you stagnate? That's an interesting question. I think I stagnated from like right when I was born up until I was 19. I think my entire childhood until I was like 19 was complete stagnation and misery. That's what I think. So even if you look at me, right, you're like, Mr. Successful YouTuber at 22. I've stagnated a lot. I have been... I've not been good in the past. This is not my first YouTube channel. I've had like 3 YouTube channels before this, and they all failed. That's why I'm saying there is no one that hasn't failed. Like, did you guys know that this is like my 4th YouTube channel? I had 3 that failed. You didn't. And that's what I mean. That's what I mean when I say that when you compare yourself to others, you just don't know. You just don't know. That's why it's flawed. CBT is good. Like CBT as cognitive behavioral therapy, it's good. I'm doing that right now. Like this stream is cognitive behavioral therapy. This entire stream is cognitive behavioral therapy. That's what I'm doing. What's the previous channels? Okay, so when I was 10, I had a little comedy sketch channel, which, you know, might sound familiar to a lot of you. I had a little comedy sketch channel that didn't go anywhere. When I was 13, I started a Let's Play channel that failed miserably. When I was 16, I think, 16 or 17, I started a Danganronpa channel, like a proper Danganronpa channel. That got like 15k subscribers, and then I just quit it. And then, at 19, I started this Arknights channel. What is failing? In my opinion, it's not meeting your standards. You know, I had standards for those channels, and they weren't met. Of course, those standards are gonna change from person to person. My standards for those channels, they didn't get met, so I consider them failures. What's the channel's name? I forgot the first two. The first two I completely forgot, but the Danganronpa channel was named Rice. Why does therapy suck? Okay, honestly, so many therapists fucking suck. They are terrible. They are awful fucking therapists. So, when you go to therapy, there is a chance that your therapist is just gonna be fucking ass, unironically. Do they want to keep you mentally ill so they can profit, or are they just incompetent? I think they are genuinely just incompetent. I've seen it grow now, but this person still thinks I'm reason for them to be like this. As you say, we're close, but they think closer. Okay, buddy. Alright, buddy. So this is a very delicate situation. This is a very fragile situation. Do you think that if you cut them off, they would go back into the spiral? You know, a thing you could do is to, you know, sit down and be like, hey, we are not as close as you think. You know, just be honest. Just sit down and communicate, maybe. Instead of, like, cutting off, you can be like, hey, we are not as close as you think. Our relationship is not what you think it is. That's important. With anything relating to other people, you have to be honest. You have to be upfront. You have to communicate to them. So instead of just cutting them off because they're being a little creepy, just be like, listen, it's not what you think. This is not what you think this is. How do you deal with close family members without committing fratricide? Being in the presence of my brother has felt like a constant psychological erosion for the past 20 years of my life. There comes a point where you just have to make plans to move out. There comes a point where you just have to look into moving out. But if you can't, or for the time being, just do not interact with them to the best of your ability. Like, limit interaction with them to the best of your ability. There's really not much you can do. When you live in the same household as someone, there's just not much you can do. Yeah, Quio, it's a very delicate situation, okay? Don't be blunt. Don't just be like, hey buddy, stupid, this is not what you think this is. Just be, you know, very kind with it. From the way you explain it, this seems like a very fragile person. So, you know, be kind with it. Be very delicate with it. You know, to the best of your ability. How are you feeling today? I'm feeling alright. What do you think about taking a year break from junior college to college, as in a gap year? I'm afraid that I might get left behind or lose opportunities. Yeah, so be very, very delicate. Okay, so the gap year, it depends. What are you gonna do with that gap year? Are you just gonna like sit on your ass for a year? Then don't take it. Are you going to pursue other opportunities? You know? Are you gonna pursue other stuff during that gap year? Then yes. I don't think that's, you know, too bad of a thing. Do you believe or even take just a little bits of nihilism? Nihilism is great. The problem with nihilism is that so many people misunderstand it. Nihilism is a very positive mindset. And I know that sounds strange to say. Nihilism is positive. Because think about it this way, right? Nothing matters. That's true. Like, in the most objective sense, nothing matters. And yet, the fact that nothing matters in itself does not matter. Therefore, exactly, nothing matters. So what? You can do whatever you want. If life is an empty blank slate, that means you can fill that slate with whatever you want. You can give whatever meaning to life, because it inherently does not have meaning, which means you can do whatever the fuck you want. Nihilism is a very positive mindset, but so many people completely misunderstand it. Opinions on current mainstream games, FPS games, I don't play those. Or any currently popular games. Deltarune, I didn't play that. Peak, I don't play them, man. That's my opinion. I don't play those games. I play Monster Hunter and I play like Binding of Isaac, and that's it. Oh, I've been playing Plants vs Zombies 2 Gardenless. The Gardenless mod for Plants vs Zombies 2, that's really good. Yeah, a lot of people conflate... wait, let me change the topic. A lot of people conflate nihilism with being depressed. That's just not it. Yeah, it's like the meme. Ah, nothing matters, and ha, nothing matters. The correct interpretation of nihilism is ha, nothing matters. Because in itself, again, the fact that nothing matters does not matter. Literally, Jevol Deltarune. Oh, okay, Jevol is kinda cool, I'll be honest, Jevol is kinda cool. What's a good way of dealing with repeated unwanted thoughts on topics? Like it just pops in with other topics and you don't want it. Okay, so Let me change the topic again. I know I just changed it. Let me change the topic again. Bro, who the fuck? Oh my god. Who the fuck keeps pinging me? Oh, what is... Oh, it's Sky. Hi, Sky. Okay, so... The thing with intrusive thoughts, right, is that you shouldn't try to shoo them away. You shouldn't try to chase away that thought, because it's proven that if you do that, then that thought is only gonna come back, demanding to be seen, demanding to be explored. So, here's the first thing. The first thing, when those thoughts come up, you embrace them. Ironically, I know, ironically, you embrace the intrusive thought, and you're like, okay, why am I thinking this? What is this thought saying? Is what this thought is saying good? Can I listen to this thought? Probably not. What would happen if I did this? Or why is this coming up now? Or maybe if it's something regarding the past, for example, what could I have done differently? What does this event, how does this event influence my present life? There's a lot of questions. You have a discussion with the intrusive thought. You, what's the word? You elaborate the intrusive thought. You give it a conclusion in a sort of way. Of course, this is assuming you aren't talking about OCD. Because if we are talking about OCD, that's a different thing. I'm just going to assume you're talking about normal intrusive thoughts, not OCD. In the case of normal intrusive thoughts, that's what you do. You embrace it, you have a discussion with it, you give it a conclusion. Now I'm gonna eat real quick. Where is Italy? SUPAH with a suspiciously Italy-shaped throat? Worrisome topic for the future. Let me swallow. Okay, so when it comes to the future, the way I like to think about it is, am I prepared for this thing? Have I taken the right steps for this thing? Or what are the advantages if I choose this? What are the disadvantages if I choose this? What else could I do? Is this the best for me? You should argue about it. And maybe, if it helps, write it down. Don't just think and get stuck in your own head. Next time it happens, try writing down the arguments. Because once you put them into paper, it becomes a lot easier to elaborate and assess them. Instead of, just getting stuck into your own head. Yeah, you're pretty awesome, Yoiv. SUPAH, what is the difference between intrusive thoughts and OCD? Okay, so... OCD, there's a lot to talk about. So let me answer someone, and then we can go into OCD. Is the inner self your own biggest enemy, or is it the shadow self? Motherfucker, are you talking about like a Persona 4? Like, okay, that's a very like Freudian thing that you said. The shadow self, the inner self, the subconscious. Here's the thing with Freud. Here's the thing with shadow selves. They're bullshit. Straight up, Freud was full of shit. Like, the first thing that they teach you in, like, psychology class is that Freud was full of shit. Bro was onto nothing. That fucking guy. He was onto nothing. Anyway, that's what I said. If you believe you have a shadow self, if you believe there is an inner self who is evil, you don't shoo the shadow self, you know, you embrace the shadow self, you have a conversation with it, you give it closure. So in the end, it's kind of the same thing. Carl Jung, hold on, fuck, there's too many names. In the fucking psychology space, there's too many names. I haven't really studied Jung yet. I looked him up, I haven't studied Jung yet, so I don't have any opinion on that. Okay, so let's talk about OCD, since a lot of you asked about OCD. This is gonna be quite lengthy. So, what is OCD? Let's define OCD. OCD is made up of two parts, the obsession and the compulsion. What happens is that the brain obtains an obsession, which is like an intrusive thought on steroids, and this obsession causes you to act, which is the compulsion. So, the obsession is the thought, the compulsion is the action. So, for example, in the mind of the OCD patient, there can be something like, oh, if you don't turn the knob on the door 6 times, something bad is gonna happen. That's the obsession. The belief that something bad will happen if you don't do that thing. The compulsion is the actual action, is the actual turning the knob, you know? Is the thought translated into action. So this is awful, because a normal intrusive thought does not normally translate into action. It's just a thing in your head that is really annoying. An obsession, in the sense of OCD, directly translates into a compulsion, and that's what makes it so dangerous, because the compulsions can really be anything. They can be like full rituals. And if you don't do the compulsion, you feel extremely bad until you do. But let's say, right, that you don't do the compulsion, you manage to not do it, and then something bad happens. It's like, ah, fuck, it's because I didn't turn the knob 6 times, and this happened. It's awful. It's awful. And like, I fucking hate people online who are like, I need to put my books in a specific order, I'm so OCD. No, you're not. No, you're not. Go fuck yourself. No, you're not. Fuck you. Real OCD. What OCD does is it turns your brain into a minefield. Every time an obsession comes up, you cannot defy it. You must translate the thought into action. And of course, that's bad for a series of things, both physical and mental. From a physical point of view, it can be tiring. The rituals can be really tiring. You can feel physically winded afterward. From a mental point of view, this really distorts your opinion, your beliefs on life and cause and effect. Your entire view of cause and effect becomes distorted. And thusly, a lot of other things will become distorted with them. Call of the Void has connections to OCD. Yeah, it can. Yeah, Call of the Void can have a connection to OCD. Because, let's say, the ritual involves that you have to harm yourself. That the ritual, you have to put a rubber band on your wrist and then, like, snap the rubber band on your wrist. What psychic power do you have? Making good Ark Knights videos. But that's not it, right? That's not everything. This fact that obsessions translate into compulsions then leads to something else with OCD, which is called the thought-action fusion. Since in the mind of the OCD patient, obsessions turn into actions, or in other words, thoughts become translated into actions, they become fused. What do I mean by that? If you watching this, the person without OCD has an intrusive thought, you can recognize that for what it is. You can be like, you know, this is just a thought, and you can move on from it. But in the mind of the OCD patient, that's not what happens. For the OCD patient, thinking about something is as bad as actually doing it. So let's say you are holding a baby, like you have a baby in your hands, and you're like, you get an intrusive thought, and it's like, oh, throw the baby at the wall. You're like, Jesus, that's a weird thought, glad I'm not doing that. But in the mind of the OCD patient, it's like, oh god, what kind of horrible person am I for thinking about throwing the baby? I am awful. That's what happens. Let's say I have this plan and it gets derailed by this one detail I forgot to account for, which made me paralyzed in a way that I didn't do anything at all. Does that count as OCD? No, that's not OCD. That's not OCD, that's something else. Maybe that's ADHD. Maybe that's ADHD. I can tell you it's not OCD. Let me take another bite of my food. Psychology hot take? Yeah, Freud was a fraud. That's my hot take. Freud was onto nothing. He just bullshit after bullshit. Yeah, you know, a way to put it is that for the OCD patient, is that the voices in the head they have like a megaphone. They got like a megaphone just screaming in their ear, yeah. Can you cure OCD? Okay. Here's the thing with mental disorders. Rarely they are curable. Only rarely they are curable. What you can do is lessen them. What you can do is live with them. What you can do is deal with the after effects. So in the case of OCD, you can go to a therapist, you can take medication for it, you can learn to not follow the compulsions, you can learn that the compulsions have no effect on real life. There is several things that can help you deal with OCD and very much lessen it. Yeah, it depends on how prominent the OCD is. That's a thing, though. That's a thing. With mental conditions, it's a gradient. It's not just OCD. It's how heavy is the OCD. Is it like very light OCD? Is it very heavy OCD? Oh yeah, especially with personality, like the fucking split personality, especially with split personality. Oh, that shit is not going away, bro. That shit is not going away. Split personality, oh, that shit is there to stay. Is there any mental disorder that has a consistent and proven cure? No. Straight up, no. I have a problem with masochism. I like to read shitty dark fiction because I like imagining myself in the suffering person's role. How do I fix my self-worth? Okay, let me change the topic real quick. I'm just gonna put it to just talking since we moved on from the OCD. So, Fodva, the thing with that is that you should always act in the mood you want to be. You shouldn't act in the mood that you are, act in the mood that you want to be. So, in this case, if you want to be happier, you have to consume happier media, even if you don't feel like it, even if you're not in the mood for it. Or at the very least, stop consuming the, shitty dark fantasy. Of course, like some edginess, we all need some edgy in our lives every once in a while, there's nothing wrong with reading that every once in a while. But yes, if you want to have a healthier mind, if you want to improve your mental state, you have to consume happier media. You have to act in the mood that you want to be. For example, if you are sad, right? Let's just say you are sad. Don't put on the fucking sad music playlist. Don't do that. That's only gonna become a feedback loop. You're gonna get sadder. Listen to completely dissonant, happy music to get you happy. Okay, so there's this guy in chat, Faezbia, that's been asking, are you gay? What's your gender? Is gay real? Is being gay a disease? Okay, let me answer everything. I am gay. Gay is not a disease. Gay is real. My gender is agender. There you go. I hope that answers your question. Okay, so we have Eia Fiala the Hvitaska in chat that's talking about labels. Labels. Yeah, I am a gender, yes. Yes, Eia Fiala the Hvitaska. They're talking about labels. I think labels have a use. I think labels are useful because a label carries a lot of meaning. By saying one word, you can convey a lot of meaning. But yes, they should be handled with care. Yes, Nick. Genuine question, is there a problem with me wanting to be someone... with me wanting someone to abuse and use me, like I want to be and the like? Yeah, that's not normal. Soulism. That's not a normal thing. But I'm sure there is a lot of reasons why you want that. I'm lacking all the context of, your life, your mental, everything I would need to actually, talk about this in more detail. But you should stop, like, why do you want someone to abuse you? Why do you want someone to, you know, beat your ass? Is it just hot? Like, is it just purely erotic? Because that's fine. You know, if it's just purely erotic, that's fine. It's just, you know, I think it's hot, so I want it. Okay, fine, that's alright. Is it because you think you deserve it? Is it whatever other reason? Once you find that reason, it's like, okay, what do I do about it? What do I do about that? Why do I feel like that? How can I remedy that, you know? Yeah, Iron Champ, yeah, if it's purely, yeah, if it's just a kink, if it's just a kink, then yeah, it's fine, you know? What's your favorite saber face? What the fuck is a saber face? Okay, I'm gonna go with, like, the default saber, because that's the only one I know. I just know, like, the default saber, so I guess that's my favorite. Can fetishes be gotten rid of? Yes. As long as you don't engage with the fetish, then yes. What's your opinion on lolicon? That is an interesting question. I believe that lolicon isn't a pedophilia. However, you know, still a little, you know, it's still a little something. It still tells me a little bit about you. Still tells me a little bit about you, you know. You know, I don't think that lolicons are pedophiles. I don't think that lolicons are pedophiles. I think there is a clear distinction between a lolicon and a pedophile. There is a distinction. But you know, it's not that much better, you know? It's not a pedophile, but it's not that much better. 99 plus missed calls from the pedophile. Explain your reasoning. Because it doesn't harm real people. That's my only, like, distinction, is that one of them doesn't harm real people. That's my distinction. That's my distinction. Lolicon doesn't harm real people, while pedophilia does harm real people. That's my distinction. Do you believe in God? I believe there is a God. I don't believe it's any of the gods from any religion. In my opinion, if a God existed, they would be so far above humanity that we would not even be able to perceive them. There wouldn't be any prophets, there wouldn't be any miracles or something like that. A god would be so far above humanity that those things could not exist. But Loli is still considered CP. Yeah. According to a lot of states, it's still considered CP, and I see why. Like, I get it. I get why it's considered that. Is SUPAH a god? Yes. Personal question. I think there is a known name for headache caused by unsatisfied curiosity. Fuck, is there? I mean, let me look that up. I don't see anything like that. Like, if there is a name, I don't know about it. But if your head has been hurting for more than 10 years, look into migraine medication. Like, that's the best advice I can give you. Look for migraine medication. What do you think about Goopa? I think Goopa is pretty cool. Look, man, can I be honest about religion? I think this is gonna be like a very brave statement. I think religion is the single greatest obstacle to societal progress. 100%. Are you a lolicon? Not really, no. What are your opinions on Zora Mamdani? I haven't really looked into him, but like, from what I know, he's pretty cool. Like, from what I know, he's pretty cool. Kind of a cold take. I know, maybe it's a little cold. Have you ever... Oh, tulpas. Okay, tulpas are a sort of purposely induced delusion, right? If you guys don't know what a tulpa is, basically it's a hallucination. You induce an hallucination of an imaginary friend. And that friend is like there, you see them, you can interact with them, but they are not real. You are inducing on purpose a visual and auditory hallucination. It's not good. Don't do that. You know, just as a rule of thumb, don't do that. It's possible to do it. People have done it. People have created tulpas for themselves. And it almost never goes well. It almost never goes well. What's your opinion about gacha games? I think they're pretty cool. I mean, of course they're pretty exploitative, right? They're pretty exploitative. But, which is why I only play Arknights. Like, Arknights is the only gacha that I play, because it's the only one with a good enough gameplay. Everything else, it's like, sucks ass. I don't like it. It's just a banner with a game attached to it. Meanwhile, Arknights feels like a game with a banner attached to it. Okay, so let me explain the tulpas, right? Why tulpas are a bad idea. They are in a hallucination, right? You hear two background musics? What? How? I mean, check if there's something playing music. Anyway, tulpas, they are willing hallucinations. The thing with hallucinations is that they are controlled by your mind. And, as we've established plenty of times so far, you don't have a lot of control over your mind. You have fucking thoughts, emotions, dreams. You don't control that. And therefore, you don't have a lot of control on the tulpa. Once you make a tulpa, it just kinda does whatever the fuck it wants, you know? Of course, it is somewhat influenced by you, since it is a product of your mind, but there will be cases where it just does whatever the fuck it wants. And you know, that can end very poorly. Oh shit, there is two background musics. Oops, you're right. Thank you for saying that, unknown the viewer, thank you. Oh my god, so like for the past 2 fucking hours and a half, we had that going on and I didn't even realize, holy shit. Do we live in a dystopian society? If you live in the US right now, yes. In the US, absolutely. 100%. If you live in the US, you are in a dystopian society right now. The non-existence of you and me, yeah, I know that game. I haven't played it, I just know, like, the premise of it. It sounds really cool, I should probably play it. Personally, I think religion is meant as a set of rules to structure one life with a mythology to make it appealing. But that's the thing though, right? If you need the threat of eternal punishment to be a good person, are you a good person? If you need to be threatened with eternal suffering for you to be a good person, are you a good person? Italy is not much better, I know. You know, sometimes I look at Italy, right? I look at Italy, I look at my country, and I'm like, man, you know, this is bad, but at least we're not doing that bad. Religion is an excuse to be holier than thou. I mean, a lot of people say it like that, yeah. How do you become your ideal self? That depends. Like, what is your ideal self? That depends. What situation are you in? So again, it's all about sitting down, doing introspection, and being like, okay, what is my ideal self? What characteristics does my ideal self have? And then you're like, okay, what can I do to achieve that status? Okay, so the Wowo plushie is hidden behind the chair because, like, she's a very shy, scared character. So that's why we put her behind the chair, because, you know, she's hiding, she's scared. I just got accepted for my first internship. I have never been happier, and that is all. I just want to bag. I'm happy for you, Pianshu. I'm happy. Okay, soulism. That sounds like a responsibility thing. Then sounds like you want to let go of responsibility. I'd look into that. I live in a religious country. Man, we have the Vatican here in Italy. We have the fucking Vatican here. And I'm afraid of saying to people that I don't believe fully in a religion. Depends who you're saying it to. Depends who you are saying it to. Don't just put every person in this big basket. Think about the person you are going to say it to. You know? Of course, if it's a big crowd, I would avoid it. But you know, what do you think about dreams and how they form? Dreams, okay, dreams are a spectrum. Sometimes dreams have a very obvious meaning. Sometimes they mean something. Other times they are complete nonsense. So it really depends on the dream. It can be fun to have like a dream journal and like write down your dreams and like to try to find a meaning. You know, some dreams have meaning, others are just complete nonsense. Smiling depression. Okay, let me look that up. Okay, so it can happen for a lot of reasons, smiling depression. It can happen because maybe those people only feel fulfillment around others, so around others they can be happy. Or they feel a sense of duty to put up a performance. Or a variety of other reasons. I think smiling depression is just like a little worse than normal depression, because at least normal depression is evident. Smiling depression, it makes it difficult for other people to help you, and you need that help. Do we need a purpose in life? I don't think you need a purpose for life. I think you can live just for the sake of living. I think life is beautiful. I think life is inherently worth living. Just because you are alive, just because you have been given the gift of life, inherently that makes it worth living. So I don't think you need a purpose. I mean, you know, having a purpose, that's pretty fine. You know, that's pretty fine and dandy. It can help a lot. Wow, so optimistic. I know, you wouldn't expect it, right? Looking at my fucking content on YouTube, you wouldn't think I'm such an optimistic person. You would never guess. What are your thoughts on split brain confabulation? Alright, I swear to God, you guys are just saying shit to get me to type on the keyboard and hear the clacks of the keyboard. Okay, let me read this. Hold on, I'm reading. I've never heard of this before, so I'm studying up real quick. The phenomenon where individuals with a severed corpus callosum, the split brain, invent explanations for their actions, particularly those initiated by their Oh wait, do you mean the experiments? Do you mean the split brain experiments, where people just you know, where scientists literally cut the brain in half, the left and right hemisphere, to see what would happen? I know those. I know those. Those are pretty cool. Those are pretty cool. They, you know, they were extremely inhumane. They were extremely unethical and inhumane. But you know, the results were very important. As unethical as it was, the results of the split brain experiments were very important to the knowledge that we have today. They proved that the left hemisphere is, you know, what's the word? Is, you know, works with language, while the right hemisphere is more like the logical one. Okay, SUPAH, I am horny and a gooner on the internet. How do I psychologically deal with this? Renegade, my boy. I think your issue is that you like a priestess. I think that's the issue. So step number 1 is realizing that you shouldn't like a priestess. From there, you should be able to figure it out. Oh, he's cooked. It's cooked. What do you think about the indomitable human spirit? Can humanity transcend humanity itself and everything? I believe in the indomitable human spirit, because I am an example of the indomitable human spirit. Oh my god, you guys don't know the SUPAH lore. The SUPAH lore is misery, is tragedy and misery. When I tell my past to people, they're like, SUPAH, how did you not kill yourself? Why are you alive, SUPAH? And so, I believe in the indomitable human spirit because I am an example of one. SUPAH, I've heard some people claim that pro-shipping is recommended by a therapist to those with SA trauma. Since there's no chance that's true, what's the actual thing that has been deluded into that? You know what? I don't know what pro-shipping means. I don't know what pro-shipping means. I keep hearing that term, pro-shipping. I don't know what it means. I still have no idea what the fuck pro-shipping means. Let me take a bite of my lunch real quick. Pardon? Fodwe, pardon? What do you mean, child ex adult? Oh, problematic shipping. Oh. Oh dear. Well, no, that's just like a Twitter person delusions. That's just a delusion that some Twitter guy made up. Okay, so, but how do I cope with stress? That's the thing though, there's no like tried and true method to 100% cope with stress. The way I do it, the way I personally do it, is just If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. It will be decided in a week. I'm not going to let my week be ruined by what will happen at the end of it. If it happens, it happens. I'm gonna continue forth with that. If it doesn't happen, then we see what we can do about it. Then we see what we can do. We can see how we can adapt. It's not it is what it is. It's not it is what it is. Because it is what it is implies like it comes afterward. It is what it is comes afterward. Comes after the fact. What I'm saying comes before the fact. Look, Fodva, I am sure there is at least one therapist who says that unironically, who suggests pro-shipping unironically. I'm sure there is one therapist out there that will do that. Yes, Alexi, absolutely. We suffer more in our imagination than we ever do in reality. 100%. That is almost always the case. You make up some tragedy in your head and you already suffer from it when it hasn't happened. You convince yourself that people hate you when that's just not the case. You convince yourself that people must have some evil ulterior motive when that's not the case. You make a labyrinth for your own mind. So absolutely, you suffer a lot more in your imagination than you do in reality. And that's important. That's an important thing to know. Okay, Renegade, you weren't here when I said that. Freud is full of bullshit. Like, the first thing they teach you in psychology class is that Freud was full of shit. Bro was onto nothing. But okay, I can explain it. The id, ego, and superego. So, if I remember correctly, the id is the deepest, most profound wants of a person, is your most profound, shameful desires. The ego, meanwhile, is what you must be to exist in society. It's the correct, good behaviors to exist in society. The superego is the mediator. The superego is the bridge between the id and the ego. Also, yeah, Freud was full of shit. What about antisocial mindset? How to fight against it? As I said, a lot of things are brute force. A lot of things with the mind are brute force. Or fake it till you make it. Just go out there and interact with someone. Oh, okay, it's the reverse. Okay, I'm stupid. I'm sorry. Okay, so ego is the bridge. Superego is the perfect society person. Yeah, okay. Okay, pardon. I apologize for my mistake. You know, since Freud is kind of full of shit, I don't really focus very much on when they talk about him. Should I continue watching this stream even though it's past midnight? You should get some sleep. You should sleep. Sleeping is very important. You should get at least 6 hours. Thoughts on the Enfield designs? They're a little mid. Like, can I be honest? They're a little mid. Like, they're too gray. They're too grayed. They're too gray, you know? They're too gray. Like, there's no color. There's like a Yvonne, which is all pink. I love Yvonne. There's a Sutra, which is, you know, all red. I love Sutra. There's Shihi, that's her name, Shihi? Where, you know, there's the nun, she's blue. I love her. Everyone else is so gray and discolored. They are so boring to look at. I've been getting gummy porn on my Twitter feed. Can you send it to me? Can you send me the link to that? Thank you. You should sleep yourself. No. Renegade. You need to understand, I don't follow Priestess apologists. That's the thing. I don't follow Priestess apologists. I apologize. Favorite psychology theory / theorists? That's a good one. That's a good one. I think my favorite psychology theory is that you are not your thoughts, you are not your emotions, you are not what you think, you are your actions. I think that's my favorite theory when it comes to psychology. That you are your action. The true you is how you interact with the world. There is no other true you other than the actions that you do in the world. Because, you know, your thoughts, they are in your head, your emotions, they are in your head, they have no real meaning on the world around you. The only measurable you, the only real you, is your actions, is what you do in the world. That's my favorite. I think that's my favorite concept in psychology. No, not you, the operator. I mean you watching this through the screen, you. Why do you love Gummy so much? Okay, there's an inside joke where I just will not explain that. Where I'm just never going to explain why I like Gummy, so I'm not gonna answer that. How do you feel about Therese's death in chapter 15? Oops, spoilers. I thought it was a little lackluster. I feel Theresis is such a wasted character. I feel Theresis was such a wasted character. They hyped him up. They hyped him up so much. He was like the next main villain for the Victoria arc. He almost kills Calcit. And then they do nothing with him. And then he dies. Like, what a wasted character. That's what I think. What a wasted character. What's the most fun operator gameplay-wise? That's a good question. That's a good question. Like, straight up, that's a good question. I don't think I have a favorite. I don't really think I have a favorite. Gameplay-wise. I don't think I do. At all. Yeah, that's true, Sky. He fucking aura farmed for all of the second Victoria arc. All of the second story arc, the Victoria arc, Theresis just aura farmed all the time, and then he just gets one shot immediately by Priestess. My god. Funnest operator to use is Rangers and 12F. So true, bestie, so true. Yeah, he aura farmed until his death. Like, even like on the throne as he was dying, he was aura farming still. Bro, can I be honest? This is gonna be like a brave and a controversial thing to say. Theresis is the Piccolo of Ark Knights. Theresis is the Piccolo of Ark Knights. That's what I think. That's what I think. Theresis and Piccolo, they're the same character. They do nothing but aura farm. They just aura farm, but then a villain comes through and they get molested immediately. Like, Jesus Christ. Okay, let me take a bite of my food. Can we revive Theresis? Probably not. Probably not. Okay. I got a question. I'm gonna answer that question. Hold on. The current CC is kind of lame because, like, this is the third CC in a row where they just banned ground tiles. Like, ground operators are so massively penalized, you just kinda can't use them. And this is the third time. First, it was the read mechanic, then it was Stultifera Navis, now it's the fucking the blood tiles. It's so lame, it's so lame. This is the third time they just ban ground tiles. Anyway, Septic asks, if someone used his life as a tool for many times and thought of himself only as a weapon, could he still change his mental state if he tried despite being used to loops regain humanity? Yes, absolutely. As I said many times in this stream, the only thing without solution is death. So, okay, you've been a weapon your entire life. Are you still a weapon? Is that period of your life over? Does that period still have influence on your present? If it does, how can you get away from it and stuff? If the answer is, oh, it ended and it doesn't have an effect on my life, then, as I said, right? As I said, you are your present actions. You are not your thoughts, you are not your past, you are not your emotions, you are your actions. So, if in the present day you are not a weapon, your actions do not reflect those of a weapon, then you aren't. And I think that's the path to coming to terms with it. That you are your actions, your present actions. Not your past actions, not your past, not your thoughts, not your emotions. Is accepting death in a way a solution? Yeah, in a way, yeah, it's a solution, in a way. Does music represent life? I mean, yeah, some music, definitely. Yeah, there's many pieces of music that directly represent real life, yeah. SUPAH, which tall female operators do you like and love? Bro, all the ones I like, they're like fucking 160 centimeters. Because, like, in Arknights, everyone is so short. Did you know Jessica is 149 centimeters? She's a fucking dwarf. I got permabanned from Suicide Watch for venting? What? Isn't that like the whole purpose? Isn't that the whole purpose of Suicide Watch? To, you know, vent? Isn't that the whole thing? Myrtle is 130. Myrtle is 131 cm. Which means that Jessica is only like a little taller. Is only like a little taller than Adurin. That's fucking crazy to me. Yeah, you can do that, Nico Clash. You can just, you know, prepare for the AI overtaking. So that when the AI takes over, you're gonna be spared. I have Leizi and Techno, who do I do? The meta answer is Leizi. Leizi. The meta answer is Leizi. Leizi is way better. Oh yeah, Chilchak is 110 centimeters. That's fucking rough. Never jerking it to Myrtle again. Yeah, she's fucking small. She is tiny, bro. And she is the tallest Durin, by the way. We have Myrtle is the tallest Durin in the game. telling ChatGPT that it's awesome so they don't kill me when the magic starts. Is there any way to make Ratalos Noircorn work? As a lane holder, I suppose you could use him as a lane holder with Skadi Alter skill 2, to, you know, buff him a little bit. Yeah. That would be the best way I can see Ratalos Noircorn working. What about during mobs? During mobs, they're like... My god, there's a siren outside my house. During mobs, they're like 120 cm or something like this. 120 to 130. Who is dying? I don't know. Someone is dying. You know, crime is pretty common where I live, so I'm sure someone just like got shot or something. The siren was low-key mixing with the BGM Firebait. I'm glad. Yeah, Chilchak is like a married man with children. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, that's what Italian ambulance sirens sound like. Oh yeah, the robots are huge. Like, I don't know if you guys knew that, but the robots in Arknights, they are huge. Like, the robots, like Castle Tree. Did you know that Castle Tree is taller than Crown Slayer? Did you know that Castle Tree is taller than Crown Slayer? Is NoFap worth it? I read a few posts on there, and since ever, I feel so ashamed when jerking it. Okay, NoFap can work for some people, right? NoFap can work. It depends on you. It depends on what type of person you are. Like, it definitely has benefits, right? It has benefits, definitely. Like, you can be more productive, you can do yada yada. The thing with NoFap, though, is that a lot of people on Reddit, they just make shit up. They're like, oh, NoFap is like the elixir of youth. You stop touching your Didi Dallol, and suddenly, oh, you grow a third eye. You can see the fourth dimension. That's bullshit. That's mostly bullshit. Yeah, there's a scientific benefits to it. I'm not denying that. There is real scientific benefits to it. But you know, the people on Reddit, they're like, yeah, you gain levitation when you do NoFap. Faiz B, what do you mean, why are you gay? Like, I like men. I think men are hot. That's why I'm gay, I guess. Gotta love how this chat is either about death or fapping. Yeah, look, we flip-flop between arguments a lot. You weren't here, you guys weren't here, but before in the stream we were talking about obsessions, right? I was talking about obsessions, and one guy in chat goes, oh, Supa, how do I deal with being obsessed with getting pregnant, even though biologically I can't? So I read that, I'm stun-locked for a little bit, and I'm like, okay, this is a trans woman, right? This is a trans woman that feels insecure about not being able to get pregnant. But then they go, oh no, I'm just a guy. I'm a male. I'm just a guy. And that stun-locks me even more. That just stun-locks me even more. It's like, oh my god. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. You're on your own. Like, for that one, you're on your own. That's not covered in my psychology studies. You're on your own for that one. DM Preg Dream. Yeah, this guy like read a little too much Omegaverse. They read too much Omegaverse on Neos3. Yeah, over my pay grade. Yeah, it's out of my league. You know, this issue is a bit out of my league. Put a ball under your shirt and roleplay. I mean, yeah, I guess that can help. Like, low-key, I guess role-playing can help. Like, if we wanna give a take on it. What's your take on the maternal desires of trans people? Trans women, they can feel maternal desires because they associate maternal desires with womanhood. So it's like, oh, if only I could get pregnant, I would be a real woman. Or I can't get pregnant, so I'm not a real woman. I don't have a womb, so I don't have I'm not a real woman. I think that's where it stems from. For the majority of trans women. That's where it stems from. It's this association of motherhood and pregnancy with being a woman. Which, you know, is incorrect. Like, fundamentally, that's incorrect. Because a woman is not defined by their ability to get pregnant. I have never read a single Omegaverse. I actually don't like that word. I don't know what the fuck to tell you, man. I don't know what the fuck to tell you, man. I'm not a woman, and neither am I trans, but I always make my characters a female in RP chats and D&D. I don't not gender confused, so this is normal. Even in my Gacha days, I imagine MT as fun. Yeah, that's fine. Like, of course, like, just playing as a female character, that doesn't mean you're a trans woman, yeah. What did Pitanger ask? Opinion on Gladia and people who want her to look at them like they're garbage, asking for my cat. I think they're fine. I think those people are fine, unless they are French. Unless they are French. If they're French, that's not good. That's not good. But if you're not French, that's fine. Are there transgender Seaborn? Yes, Skadi Alter is literally that. The Seaborn inside Skadi Alter was originally male, but now it's female. So yeah, there is like a canonical transgender Seaborn, so yeah. And Skadi Alter is one of them. Okay, so Tons Lobster. What do I do if my friend is homophobic? Calling them mentally ill? The only issue is my friend doesn't know I'm bisexual? You cut that friend off. Like, there's no nice way to say it, you cut them out. They don't accept a fundamental core part of you, so you cut them out. You burn the bridge. Like, there's no nice way to say that. There's no nice way to say it. You should not hang around people who fundamentally don't accept core parts of you. SUPAH, I kissed my cousin when both of us were kids, and I found out a year ago we're not related by blood. Oh man, that's when you go for it. You know, that's God just giving you the alley-oop to score the slam dunk, little bro. That's God giving you the assist to score the slam dunk. Go on, go for it. Go for it. Yeah, it was a canon event. Which IS is the worst? I need to take a deep breath. It's IS3. It has to be IS3. Oh, did my fucking music stopped. What the fuck? Okay. It has to be IS3. It's not even close. It's not even close. Like, there is a gap between IS3 and everything else. It's so unbearably fucking dogshit, IS3. It's so irredeemably bad. Everything about IS3 is so bad. Yes, it's worse than 2. It's way, 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 way worse than 2. The only crime that IS2 commits is that it's kinda boring. IS2 is just kinda boring. IS3 is actively, irredeemably dogshit. It's bad. Do you wanna know why? Because you have no agency. You don't play IS-3. IS-3 just sort of happens at you. IS-3 happens to you. You don't play IS-3. You are not a willing participant in IS-3. It happens to you. And now you can say, okay, SUPAH, but you can deal with the curses, you can deal with the debuffs, you know? I know, you can deal with it, that's not the issue. The issue is not whether you can deal with it or not. The issue is not how difficult it is, because IS-3 is like really easy. Like once you know what to do, IS-3 is really easy. The issue is that you have no agency. There is no player control in IS-3. That's not the point, Fadel. You never had an issue. Me neither. Me neither. I've never really had an issue with IS-3. It's super easy. I can clear it anytime. But it's so bad, just because you have no agency. Also, the +1 hope on 3 stars. Why would you do that? That's so bad. Also, yeah, it encourages rerolling. That's right, Pitanger. That's right. It encourages rerolling because that's the only thing you can do. That's the only thing that you can do in IS-3. They gave you an option to reroll, and that's it. That's the only mechanic in IS-3, is the reroll. So yeah, you're encouraged to do it, because it's the only fucking thing you can do in that mode. It's the only mechanic that IS-3 has. When did you realize you are the most hated Ark Knights YouTuber? When I got pre-banned from the Yee content creator server. I'm not sure if you guys knew that, but like Yee, back when Yee was still a creator, he had a Discord server for Ark Knights creators, and I was not allowed to join. Like straight up, I wasn't allowed to join. No, that wasn't for the sponsorship. That was 3 years ago. This happened 3 years ago. What do you mean I deserve the ban for the sponsorship? This happened 3 years ago. Like straight up, I was not allowed to join. Yeah, Yee, the YouTuber, Yee. Why? Because they thought that I would cause drama. Like, if I joined, I would cause drama. So, Yee was just like, oh no, you're not allowed to join. You can't join the server. Then, do you guys know Lungmen Dragons? Do you guys know, like, the recent Lungmen Dragons event? Like, the bingo lockout that they did? I couldn't join that. Like, I asked. I had the plus minus ask. Zodiac asked too. I was not allowed to join. Straight up, I was not allowed to join the bingo lockout. They didn't allow me to join. I tried to join. They just didn't allow me to. So that's why I say I'm the most hated Ark Knights YouTuber. That's why I say that. That's where the joke comes from. I just watched the Haruka video. When is Monster better than her? In high difficulty, yes, and in CC. That's okay. My role from the Ark Knights official Discord. It was removed because of the sponsorship. It was removed because of the Eldorado sponsorship. Why do you say Istina is a trans woman? Because it's canon. There's just a canon fact. Don't look it up, just trust me. Is Yee the brother of you? What do you mean explain? She's just, you know, she's a trans woman. You know, in the game, it's canon. She's a trans woman. Don't look it up. Don't look it up. Just trust me. Don't worry about it. Yeah, don't look it up. Just trust me. Bro, you guys are not trusting me. Right now, you guys are not trusting me. You know, guys, a relationship is built on trust, okay? And you guys are not trusting me right now. Okay, there you go. Pitanger got kidnapped by the fucking FBI right there. Do you know of Kataoka-san? Yeah, of course I know Kataoka-san. She retired, but then she came back with the Exusiai, with the Exia Alter. When Exia Alter came out in CN, Kataoka-san came back, but like she retired for a long period. Would you trust another Italian? No. The only other Italian that I trust is Kiostin. That's the only other Italian that I trust. It's Kiostin. Everyone else, I don't trust them. They're up to no good. Don't. Oh, sorry guys, I had to fight off the mafia real quick, I'm sorry. I had to fight off the mafia. As I was saying, I only trust Kiostin. This is a duplicate. Yeah, they replaced me real quick. Just replaced me. No, just what happens is that, okay, I'm Italian, I gesture when I speak. You don't see me, but I gesture when I speak. And I touched the mute button. I accidentally touched the mute button on my microphone. And so I got muted. Because while gesturing, I touched it. With what weapon? I am the weapon, little bro. There is a mute button on my microphone. Yeah, the stereotype is real. Like, that. You know the thing with Italian stereotypes? Do you want to know the thing with Italian stereotypes? They're real. They're all at least somewhat real. Like the hand gestures, the pizza, everything. It's all at least a little bit real. Really, Renegade? Am I your benchmarks? Am I your benchmark for what Italians sound like? I don't think you should, man. I don't think you should. I sound a little too Italian. Yeah, they're making a clone right now in real time. Bro, Italian brain rot was such a bad meme. Italian brain rot was such a dog shit meme. Favorite pizza? My favorite pizza is with sausage, mozzarella, spicy oil, and broccoli. I'm not joking. I'm not joking with that. It's so good. It's so good. Sausage, mozzarella, broccoli, and spicy oil. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's so good. It's so good. Yeah, broccoli, yeah. Bro, I'm not gonna accept any broccoli slander. Broccoli is so good. Broccoli is so good. I am not going to accept broccoli slander. They are a good food. Ok, Nico Slash, i friarelli sono broccoli. I friarelli sono broccoli. Di che cazzo stai parlando? Mi stai dicendo che i friarelli sulla pizza non vanno bene? Coglione. Anyway. Okay, no, broccoli on pizza is extremely common. Here in Italy, it's extremely common. Broccoli on pizza. Broccoli rabes on pizza. Look it up, broccoli rabe. Nico, non lo sapevi che i friarelli sono broccoli? Non lo sapevi che i friarelli sono broccoli, Nico? Ma sei scemo, ma sei scemo. Che non sapevi che i friarelli sono broccoli. And anyway, let's go back to English. Here in Italy, we have a thing called broccoli rabes. Look it up, broccoli rabes. They are so common here on pizza. They are so common here on pizza. But no, that's not what I mean. I don't mean broccoli rabes. I mean like actual broccoli. I don't mean like the friarelli. I mean actual broccoli. No rabes with a B. With a B. I'm gonna write it in chat. With a B. It's not a coincidence that SUPAH starts talking about broccoli after they fought off the mafia. No, allora, gas metano, te devi capire, i friarelli sono broccoli. Cioè, i friarelli in inglese si chiamano broccoli rabes. In inglese si chiamano broccoli rabes, perché sono broccoli. I friarelli li fai con i broccoli. I'm sorry. I keep speaking Italian. I'm sorry. This whole talk about pizza is getting me to speak Italian. Got replaced by big broccoli. No, can I be honest? Broccoli are great. They're great. I don't understand why, like, in children media, they're like, oh, no, broccoli, I hate broccoli. They're good. I like broccoli. They're good. Favorite pasta. Look it up. Spaghetti omelette with salami. Look it up. Spaghetti omelette. I don't know why it's called an omelette. It's not an omelette. But that's what it's called. It's called a spaghetti omelette with a salami. It's not an omelette. I have no idea why it's called an omelette. It's not. No, it's not carbonara. I don't like carbonara. After this one, my life is a lie. I'll proceed to unalive myself. Alright, bro. Tu non sei italiano. Ma allora, coglione, Magnus, la frittata di vermicelli. La frittata di vermicelli è così buona. La carbonara è mid la carbonara. Vi chiedo perdono, l'ho provata la carbonara. Ci ho provato un sacco di volte. È mid. E poi, ok, sinceramente, la carne nella pasta, tipo il bacon nella pasta, mi fa cagare. Mi fa venire il disgusto, ok? Carbonara mid, yeah, carbonara mid. Italiano, spaghetti, mio amor. È il bacon mi fa il disgusto. E poi, ok, il problema della carbonara è che ci metti il bacon e il bacon mi fa il disgusto. Quindi una volta ho provato a togliere il bacon, però non sapeva più di niente. La carbonara senza il bacon non sa più di un cazzo. Quindi o mi disgusta o non sa di niente. Yeah, it's a tourist food. That's the thing, carbonara. It's a tourist food, 100%. And do you wanna know? I had tourists. I met some online friends. Here in Italy. And they were like, oh, SUPAH, we went to Rome to try the authentic carbonara in Rome. And it was mid. So, like, even the tourists, they're like, oh yeah, the carbonara is made, you know? These guys had the carbonara in Rome. These guys had the carbonara in Rome, and they thought it was mid. It's impressive how Italian sounds exactly as I imagine it, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, that's the thing though, like, think about it. Mia and Kiostin, we are like two of like the bigger Arknights YouTubers, and we're both Italian. So like, of course, we're gonna like attract our own kind. We're like the more popular guys. We're gonna attract like a magnet every other Italian to us. Collab when? That's the thing with Kiostin, he doesn't really do collabs. Like, if you catch Kiostin doing a collab, that's really rare. That's really rare. He just kinda doesn't do those. What country is a Silver Gun from? They're from Bulgaria. Okay, how many Italians are in here? There's like at least 10 Italians in chat. Yeah, see, Texas Alter is Kiostin, Lapland Alter, that's me. To tell you the truth, I suck at distinguishing accents. First time I heard you, I thought you were Chinese or Asian. Bro, I thought so many... I heard so many things about my accents. People are like, oh, are you Italian? Oh, are you Italian? Are you French? Are you from the Balkans? Are you Romanian? Are you Indian? Are you Indonesian? SUPAH, you sound a little Japanese. SUPAH, you sound like a vampire. Whatever the fuck that means. You sound like a vampire. Oh, SUPAH, are you Chinese? SUPAH, are you from Germany? No! What the fuck? Fodva, I read that, by the way. Fodva, I read that. Oh, you deleted that shit? I read that, Fodva. Yeah, I heard the Turkish thing as well. There's a lot of people who think I'm Turkish. There's a lot of people who think I'm Filipino for some reason. There's a lot of people who think I'm Filipino. Yeah, across the SUPAHverse. I don't know, Pitanger. I don't know why people think I'm French. Okay, to be fair, right, Italy and France, they're like right next to each other. North Italy, I am not joking. North Italy is basically France. North Italy is basically France. 100%. All the stereotypes. Do you guys know the Italian stereotypes? You know, all the stereotypes about Italy? They come from South Italy. All of them come from South Italy. All of them. South Italy is like the popular Italy that everyone is familiar with. There's nothing from the North Italy. They have no stereotypes. They are basically France. How to become Italian? I'm not going to share that information. Oh, ecco, ora si spiega tutto. Nico Clash, ora si spiega tutto. Sei del nord, ecco, qui c'è un polentone di merda, ecco, ora si spiega tutto. Che non sapevi i friarielli sono broccoli. Ecco, ora si spiega tutto quanto, Nico Clash. Si spiega tutto quanto, ecco, la risoluzione al mistero, ecco qui. È una buona spiegazione. Okay, did you have something to do with Clay's mysterious disappearance from Arknights? No, I didn't. I think they just like Limbus more. How accurate is Syracuse to actual Italy? It's pretty accurate. I'll be honest, it's pretty accurate. Syracuse to actual Italy is pretty fucking accurate, all things considered. Is SUPAH Hotfire your brother? No, unfortunately not. You know, I played Limbus. It's not all that. Like, I'll be honest, it's not all that. I didn't like it very much. It's so boring. It's so boring. I played Limbus. It's so boring. There is nothing to do. The dailies are so bad. The dailies are so bad, like having to do the mirror dungeons. I got to Canto 4. I got to Canto 4 before I quit. Story is great. I will say the story in Limbus is amazing. It's just that the game is so boring. There is nothing to do. It's like, okay, you complete a canto, there's nothing else. You just have to do dailies until the next canto releases. And the dailies are fucking ass. You have to do like the mirror dungeon. You have to like farm XP without auto. So like you have to sit there and you have to do it by hand. Opinions on FGO. I played FGO once, like 7 years ago. And then never again. I didn't like it. I didn't like it. Fai almeno Canto 5? No. No, perché le daily mi stanno troppo sul cazzo, le daily. Cioè, per arrivare al Canto 5 devo farmi le daily. Devo farmi le daily con le pezze al culo per livellare Sinclair N-Corp. Così mi carria di tutte le battaglie. Che palle. So, why do you like Monster Hunter? It's so good. It's so good. Oh, it's so peak. Oh, it's so peak. The ecology and the combat and the pseudo-biology of the monsters and how in-depth the combat goes, and like each monster is so unique. It's so good. So good. Do you have wolf ears IRL? Yes. What's the best monster fight? That's a good question. I don't think there's a single best one. I think Ward Alatrion is great, Ward Fatalis is great, Amatsu in Rise is amazing, Risen Valstrax from Rise, amazing. In Wilds, there's the high-rank Zoshia. High-rank Zoshia in Wilds is amazing. Lagiacruz in Wilds is amazing. There is so many good fights in the series. I can just pick one. You like the ecology? Yeah, bro, I fucking love the Monster Hunter ecology. Bro, the ecology in Ward is so good. Oh my god, Ward, the ecology in Ward is so good. Do you have any other gacha games you would recommend? No, I just play Arknights. Like, Arknights is the only gacha I play. What are your thoughts on Terraria-like games? I couldn't get into Terraria. I could not get into Terraria. I tried so many times. I tried alone, I tried with mods, I tried with friends, I tried with an experienced friend. I just couldn't get into Terraria. What's your favorite Arknights side story? Probably Chief Gavial Returns. Probably Chief Gavial Returns. Thoughts on the PGR and the Devil May Cry collab? It's fucking amazing. I heard it's amazing. I don't play PGR, but I heard it's amazing. Reverse is good. I don't like Reverse. I don't like Reverse. The issue with Reverse is that your moves are like the little cards. Like you have a selection of cards, and those are like your moves. But they're randomized. They're randomized. So like every turn you have randomized moves that you can do. And the game, it's like, you know, it's a serious strategy turn-based game. But then you make my moves random, which is incredibly frustrating. Oh, HSR is complete dog shit. I can't recommend HSR. I can't recommend HSR. It's so bad. It's so bad. Like, HSR has to be the worst gacha on the market. Do you think you like Arknights? I like Arknights because of the gameplay, not because of the ecology. I like Arknights because of the tower defense gameplay. Card battler games, that's the point. Well, I don't, well, you know, that's the point. It's not a good point. It's not a good point. I don't like it. Worse than Genshin? Yes. Worse than Genshin. Absolutely. Worse than Genshin. What about Epic 7? I don't know, I just thought it was boring. I just thought Epic 7 was boring when I played it. I tried it like 4 years ago. I just thought it was boring. WoWa is such a mess. WoWa, I hear that WoWa is good. I hear that 2.0 WoWa is good. I keep hearing that. WoWa 2.0 content is good. I just can't get there. WoWa 1.0 content is so tragically dog shit. I can't get through it. To get to the 2.0 content. I can't get through it. So like, you know, I believe you. When you tell me that WoWa 2.0 is good, I believe you. I just can't get there because the 1.0 content is so tragically bad. Have you tried Path to Nowhere? No. I got sponsored by it one time. I got sponsored by it. I never tried it. I never like actually tried it. I never heard your opinions on Enfield. I think it's gonna be good. I think Enfield is gonna be good. I think the dodge thing got blown so much out of proportion. I think the dodge drama is so stupid. It got blown so much out of proportion. People are like, oh no, now the dodge is so strong, oh the game is over. No, no. Oh, it's a Genshin clone, shut the fuck up. I feel people are mistaking the forest for the trees. People are really mistaking the forest for the trees when it comes to Enfield. It's like, oh, it's a dodge battler. Okay, is it a good dodge battler? I'm going to judge Enfield based on what it is. I'm not going to judge Enfield based on what it isn't. Enfield is a dodge battler. 100%. They made it into a dodge battler. Okay, is it a good dodge battler? Is it a fun dodge battler? You know? That's what matters. Meanwhile, people are acting like the fact that it's a dodge battler means the game is gonna be complete dog shit. You know? I'm gonna go refill my water bottle. I'm gonna show you the ducks again. There you go, there's the ducks. I'm gonna go refill my water bottle. So see you in like, what, 5 minutes? And then we can continue talking. have returned. Let me put the screen back. There you go. Man, yapped so much, I had to refill twice already. Honestly, I'm refilling a lot less than usual. Usually, I refill like 4 times in a single stream. If you play Endfield, but you dislike it, but it gets lots of views, would you keep playing? Yes. You know me, I love being a hater. So I would keep playing it, so I can keep making videos about how I dislike it, because I'm a born hater. Yeah, can we talk about Exusiai? Do you guys know Exusiai? That's another game by Hypergriff. Like, it released, and then I heard nothing about it. Like, it's just gone, it just vanished. Like, it's a single player, turn-based, like a story game that Hypergriff made. You know, one of these days, I should stream Exusiai. I should be like, I should stream like a playthrough of Exusiai, the other Hypergriff game. Born hater, literally the most optimistic person I know. Look, that's the duality of it. That's the duality of it. I am both the most optimistic person that you know, and I can be a born hater. I have mastered all the elements. Face reveal when you're not getting a face reveal. Like period, you're not getting a face reveal. Yeah, either hope maxing or hating. I swing like a pendulum. I have mastered the art of being myself. Do all Italians have black shiny hair? Yes. I think this is SUPAH's real face. That's true though, that's true though. This drawing, that's me, IRL. That's actually just a camera. You know, you thought this was a drawing, it's actually like a video. It's actually a video of my IRL room. Did you know that? I am doing a psych major. I don't have a psych major. I am majoring in psych. I am still a student. I am still a student. How are you sitting so perfectly still? It's all training. It's all training, discipline, and meditation. I have learned to move so slowly that it appears as if I'm standing still. Yeah, that's the problem with HSR. Well said, Stan. That's the problem with HSR. The problem with HSR is that all the good characters that I like are trapped in that shit game. Man, I miss my wife, Wowo. I miss my wife, Wowo. How is the curriculum? Okay, so the first 3 years you do like 27 separate exams on like a bunch of okay, not 27. No, that's no, that's way too much. 27, what the fuck? You do like 20 or like 15. You do like 20, 15 exams on like general stuff for the first 3 years. And then the last 2 years, you choose a subject to just like laser focus on it. Okay, I'm getting a bunch of Discord pings. Okay, there's a there's a friend in my DMs that is just crashing out about CC in my DMs. Alright, man. I think you're gonna have it, you know? Friend that is crashing out in my DMs because of CC. I think you got this. I think you got this. I think you're gonna cook. Really, Sky? Are you gonna ping me? Okay, let me answer to this meme. There's a guy. Yeah, there you go. We're talking about HSR. There's another friend that's sending me their HSR pools. They got what's her name? Hesilance, you know, really basic bitch. I don't really like Hesilance design. And they got Kafka as well, so that's pretty cool. What do you think about monthly exams? I don't think, like, that sounds brutal. Unless the exam is, like, really small, it has, like, doesn't have a lot of content, that's really brutal. I can barely study one exam in 2 months. Yeah, that's the thing. Most people's, like, good units are gonna be ground units. And so it's so stupid when CC just, like, bans ground tiles. They're just like, this is the third CC in a row. This is the third CC in a row where they're like, oh, actually, you can't use ground tiles. Fuck you, you know? Like fucking, fuck, what was saying? What the fuck was I saying? Oh yeah, the first CC, it had, like, the read mechanic, which is, you know, with the fire, that if your operators stand in the reads, then they get, like, murdered, they just explode. CC2 had Stultifera Navis with the Nether brand, which literally made it so difficult to use ground operators. And CCB3 has the fucking blood tiles. It's so bad. Do you wear glasses? Yes, I do wear glasses, actually. Yeah. Oh, that's rough, Solism. Yeah, that's absolute bullshit. That sounds absolutely brutal. Like 50 question exams every month. That's brutal. You gotta hop on KBG and pop off in pubs. I have no idea what you just said. I have no idea what any of those words mean. We are one step closer to visualizing SUPAH. Do you believe people wear so many masks for so many different situations that their true selves are lost? That can happen. That can happen. That's a thing that can happen. You need to have a very firm grasp on who you are if you want to, you know, put on an act for other people. Because it's very easy to get lost in the act, and then when you're alone, you are so used to acting that there's nothing left, you know? Any game you play recently that's not Arknights and Monster Hunter? I'm playing the Gardenless mod for Plants vs. Zombies 2. It's pretty good. It's pretty good mod. You should check it out. Have you played any of the classic Japanese visual novels? No. Unless Danganronpa counts? Unless we're counting Danganronpa? No, I haven't played any. I don't really like visual novels. My professor said a test would be released yesterday, 12 hours later, and it's still not released. What should I do? Just, you know, let it, don't do anything, you know, just stand still, see what happens, you know. Maybe they just forget about it, and you can, you know, skip out on the test, you know. So just, like, you know, don't do anything. Have you played any H game lately? No. No, I haven't, Dr. Pitanger. I have, in fact, not played any hentai game lately. Opinion on P5X, it's ass, it's trash. It's trash. Yeah, the original PvZ2 became a pseudo gacha. It's so bad, the original PvZ2. Anyway, P5X, Persona 5 The Phantom X, it's so bad. It's so bad. Like, at least it has the subway slammer, you know? At the very least, it has like the one redeeming quality that there is the subway slammer in it. But beside that, it's just not good. Did you know that like they lowered the free gacha currency in the global version? Like, what the fuck? Have you played PvZ Garden Warfare? No, I haven't. I only played the first PvZ and the original PvZ2, and now this mod. This mod for PvZ2, which is gardenless. Yeah, that's the thing with P5X. It's just like a shitty rehash of Persona 5, but this time there's a shitty gacha attached to it. Do you play Deltarune? I haven't played Deltarune yet. I'm gonna wait for it to like finish. I'm gonna wait for Deltarune to just end. That's when I'm gonna play it. I did play Undertale. Undertale was an amazing game. But for Deltarune, I'm gonna wait until it's finished. Yeah, just chatting stream. I'm about to like end it relatively soon, like 20 minutes from now, because it's getting late, but yeah. How long do you think Arknights will last? At least 10 years. At least 10 years. That's my bet for Arknights. At least 10 years, maybe 15. Arknights will probably EOS before Deltarune is finished. Okay, does that mean that Arknights will EOS very fast? Or does that mean that Deltarune will never finish? Will never finish. What's... what does that mean? Oh, I don't mean 10 more years. I don't mean 10 more. I mean like 10 total. We are in year 7 right now. I mean the 10 years total. And 15 years total. Myrtle Altar before EOS. We have to get a Myrtle Altar. Like, at some point, we're gonna have to get a Myrtle Altar. She is such a defining, iconic operator. What's your opinion on Limbus? I said this already, it's just a really boring game. It's just so boring. Like, I can't get through the dailies. The dailies are awful. I can't get through it. It's so boring. Will Cardigan ever get a promotion? No. I'm afraid not, chat. They need to unleash all the skins when EOS. Yeah, just have like a huge shop with every single skin that's ever been in the game. That sounds dope. Myrtle Altar is gonna be the last released unit and she will power creep with Shadow. I hope so. Did you get the Ahab means? Yeah, because in my server, there's a lot of people that talk about Limbus. So like, I absorb the memes by proxy. Yeah, I played the first two. Ace Attorneys. I played the first two. They were great. They were pretty great. They needed to make an offline mode. Yes, absolutely. They have to make an offline Ark Knights after EOS. That's what Alchemy Stars did. I don't know if you guys know Alchemy Stars. It was another gacha game. It came out and it kinda flopped. So when it EOS'd, they just made an offline version. Like, that was amazing. What are your thoughts on maladaptive daydreaming? It's, well, it's bad, yeah, it's like it's almost like an addiction, right? It's almost like an addiction. I'm not gonna call it an addiction, but it's almost an addiction, a behavioral addiction, which are, as the name suggests, addictions related to behaviors. Because the thing with maladaptive daydreaming is that you stop doing things and you go back, like you go back to just daydreaming. Like you reserve a moment just to daydream when you should do something else. Yeah, there is a lot of people who have maladaptive daydreaming and they're not aware because it's not a very well-known condition. It's not a very well-known condition, maladaptive daydreaming. So people will think, oh, okay, I daydream for like 3 hours every day. I procrastinate just to daydream. That's normal, right? That's normal. Are you a social chameleon? Kind of, yeah. I wouldn't like call myself a social chameleon, but I guess I could fall under that nomenclature. Yeah, chameleon, Ethan. Oh my god. Oh my god, that motherfucker. I can't escape that motherfucker. Yeah, that's normal, Byron, that's normal, to just like daydream on like your commute, to just daydream on the commute, that's normal, you know, to fill empty space with daydreaming, that's normal. The issue with, yeah, I'm sorry, there's a car being robbed outside my house, this is the second time this stream. The issue with maladaptive daydreaming is that you procrastinate just to daydream. You avoid doing something else just to daydream. You know, it's when daydreaming intrudes on normal life. Yeah, don't worry, Raditz, don't worry, Raditz. Alright, we have an Ethan emote, right? If you're a member, we have an Ethan emote. I completely forgot that I put that in. I completely forgot I did that. Yeah, it's an issue with stagnation. You just like pause daydreaming, you don't do anything, you're not being productive, you're not doing anything to better yourself or your life. And the issue is that it intrudes, the issue is that you procrastinate for it. There's nothing wrong with daydreaming, like in itself, there's nothing wrong with daydreaming. Because like, okay, let's say you're like lazing out, you know, you're lazing out and shit. Oh wait, has a Septic been asking something? Wait. From a character analysis perspective, how would you describe Amiya's mental state when she was made I think Amiya's mental state in every timeline, Amiya's mental state is completely fucked. Like, at the start of the story, she's 14. She's 14 when she's leading Rhodes Island. That's fucked, that's going to ruin anyone. And you know, there's, you know, the people in Amiya's life too are pretty awful as well. Because, like, the people in Amiya's life, instead of being like, oh, you know, you're 14, you shouldn't do this, they're just like, oh, okay, Teresa gave you the Sarkaz crown, okay, you're the boss, yeah, okay, sure, what's the orders, boss? And they just go along with it. It's awful. So, like, in every timeline, Amiya's mental state is just completely fucked. But, you know, especially in the IS5 ending. The IS5 ending is where, like, she goes full Priestess mode. She goes like, you know, maybe Priestess has a point, and she fucking genocides everyone. She has the memories from past kings. Yeah, she thinks she's the Attack Titan in Attack of Titan. Imagine Amelia reading financial reports on her birthday. Yeah, but like that's probably what happened. That's probably what happened because no one in Amelia's life stopped this. They were just like, oh, you're the boss, you know. Teresa gave you the Sarkas crown, so you know, you're the boss. Yeah, I think Amelia is like very much on autopilot, right? I think Amelia has been going on autopilot for like a very long time. It's just like, this is my duty, this is what I do, so let's just do it. Without really thinking, without really doing anything to better her situation. Yeah, of course, Zuole is gonna save her. If Zuole is gonna fix her, don't worry. Yeah, Zuole is gonna fix her, don't worry. Yeah, she's like those kids in history who became kings like really, really young. Yeah, that's the best comparison to it because it's like a literal one-to-one comparison. She needs a good League of Legends match to fix everything. Can you psychoanalyze the USSG girls? Well, they're all like riddled with PTSD. They're all riddled with PTSD. Zima has PTSD. Istina has PTSD. Gummy has PTSD and OCD. Rosa has PTSD and chronic depression. The interesting one is Leto. The interesting member of the USSG is Leto, because like Leto went through the same trauma as everyone else, but like Leto is fine, like Leto is relatively fine. She wasn't traumatized somehow. Like you have Gummy and Rosa and Zima and Istina who are so immensely traumatized they can't go a moment without suffering because of that trauma. Then there's Leto, which is just like, I mean, I guess it was bad, you know, having to kill each other and fight for food. I guess it was bad, but you know, like, she's fine. Like, Leto, she's just fine. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with her. Like, she's an actual psychopath. How do you think Leto manages to be fine? I don't think she's mentally tougher. I don't think she's mentally tougher, and I don't think it's indomitable human spirit. I think she's sociopathic to some level. I really think to some level she's sociopathic. Because even back then, during like the Peterheim incident, she was like, oh Zima, let's have a match, let's see, you know, let's see which one of us can kill more students. And then Leto, she met with Mephisto. Like Leto had a one-to-one talk with Mephisto. And she walked out of it like, well, I guess he's kind of a bad guy. And then there is a scene where Leto tries to, you know, just walk out, and she meets with some reunion soldiers, and the reunion soldiers just, you know, threaten her with a machete, and she's just like, well, I guess I'm not going out today, and she just walks back. I think that Leto is like genuinely a sociopath to some level. I think she's actually a sociopath. And that's why she wasn't really affected by Peterheim. Yeah, she's just locked in. She's just locked in. What's your opinion on Rhode Island's policy on recruiting? I think it's based, you know, as long as someone is useful, who cares, you know, if they're a war criminal? You know, we hire Eblana, you know, Eblana is just fucking evil. Like, Eblana, they don't redeem Eblana. She's just like unapologetically evil. And, you know, we still hire her because, you know, she's useful. That's based. Yeah, true. Beside Mephisto, right? Mephisto is just a bad character. He's such a bad character. He's so poorly written. Because, you know, there's that scene in chapter 0 where Mephisto commands his troops with, like, chess positions. And that's when I knew that the whole character was just cooked. Whole character was cooked after that. Eblana has the same level of regime control as Amiya and Logos, yeah. I mean, like, she has to. She literally revived herself. Like, she has insane arts. She revived herself. She died, and with her necromancy arts, she just revived herself. That's insane. Frostnova is a pile of ash. At this moment, Frostnova is a pile of ash, so I'm not sure that's gonna work. Okay, Nico, the thing with the Mephisto chess is that it's really lazy. It's really lazy writing. I'm looking at this from the perspective of the writer writing that scene. It's really, really lazy and stupid writing. Because, like, okay, do you instruct every soldier on, like, what the grid looks like? How do you imagine a grid on a battlefield? That doesn't work. And what, every soldier knows chess? What, did you teach every soldier chess? It doesn't work. It's just a lazy scene that's there to be like, oh, isn't this guy so cool and menacing? He's piloting his army with chess positions. Isn't that so cool? Like, no, go away. No, it's stupid even when a doctor does it, but at least a doctor has, like, a lot more to that character. Yeah, no wonder he lost. His elo is probably like 500. Also, yeah, the chess bullshit never comes up again. Like, they do this chess thing in chapter 0 to just aura farm, and then it never comes up again. It's just like he does it once, and then, you know, he does a completely different thing. Yeah, for Doc, it's how they imagine the fight. It's not how they actually command. It's how they imagine the fight, so that's different. Oh, did they remove the chess scene from the anime? Did they do that? They removed the chess scene from the anime? That's crazy. He's a kid, so he was probably... Yeah, he was trying to aura farm, because he's just a fucking dumbass child. Oh, it's there in the anime. Okay. Yes, I think Arknights is one of the stories where there is light at the end of the tunnel. Provision for the end field release date, I think November. That's my take. November 2025. That's my take. November 2025. Or maybe December. Maybe even December 2025. Are you gonna do a master's degree? Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna do a master's degree in clinical psychology. Yeah. I really need that PC client. I hate emulators. I know, right? The emulators can be so annoying sometimes. Honestly, I'm just glad that we're getting the PC client at all. I'm probably gonna be writing fanfics for Arknights many years after it EOS. You know, I'm wondering, do people like still make content like fan art, like fanfics for EOS the games? I wonder, because like I've never seen it before. Like once a game EOS, I've never seen content for it. Yes, that's good then. That's good. I like that fact. I like the fact that people still make content for EOS the games. That's nice. That's pleasant. That makes me happy to think about. That even in death, even in end of service, that word, that art, those characters still live on inside someone's heart, you know? That makes me happy to think about. That the art outlived the product. Yeah, I guess Danganronpa counts, but like that doesn't really count, right? Because Danganronpa is not a live service. Danganronpa is not a live service. It doesn't have an end of service. It just ends because it's a story game. Man, I hope they make a offline version whenever the game EOS's. Some Alchemist are player trying to revive it. Really? Are they like making a private server for Alchemist Stars? Because that's a thing too, like some EOS games, they get private servers by the community. That's also fucking amazing. In any case though, it is getting very late, so I'm gonna answer one more question. Have you ever played 100 Line? No, there you go. That's the question I answered. What do you think about the Stop Killing Games movement? It's good. It's good. Like, it's just a positive thing. It's just a positive thing. And Pirate Software is a fucking idiot. Can you dodge Rise Roars without evasion window? Fuck, do I have... Yes, actually. Yes, because I use Evade Extender. In Rise, I use Evade Extender, not Evade Window. And I do dodge some roars. So yes. That's yes. Are you playing the BF6 beta? Maybe. I'll consider it, because I've been feeling some good FPS, you know, FPS fast food. I've been feeling like it recently. Have you ever played MH3U? No, I've only played like the modern games. I only played the modern games. I play World, Rise, and Wilds. That's the ones I played. How did you discover Arknights? I was playing Azur Lane, which is, you know, published by Yostar. I go to the App Store, you know, just scrolling the App Stores, and I see Arknights. I'm like, oh hey, this is from the same publishers, Yostar. And so I download it, and now I'm here. What do you think of Blue Archive? It's boring. It's boring. It's such a boring game, Blue Archive. There's nothing in there. There's like underaged, scantily clothed characters, and that's it. And you know, I'm not really into that. So Blue Archive was a pass for me. Why did you start your YouTube channel? Because I like making content. I've always liked making content. Since I was a kid. Alright people. Thank you all for coming to the stream. It's been nice, it's been pleasant. I think this was a fruitful use of our time. See you tomorrow, because tomorrow we are streaming CC, 620 points CC. So, bye bye everyone, max out your Gummy. Yeah, Blue Archive is just really boring.